like a real quorum, but you just don't know it yet. I call this meeting of the Committee of the Whole meeting to order. All councilors are present this evening with the exception of Councilor Baca, who is excused, and Councilor Pena is on Zoom. We will start with a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Councillor Lewis is also on his way. Tonight is the second of 3 public hearings the council is required to hold on city operating budget. Tonight's meeting will focus on the physical goals departments, which include municipal development, planning, general services, environmental health, transit, animal welfare, aviation, legal, solid waste, internal audit, inspector general, human resources, technology and innovation, finance and administration, and city support. On May 15th, the council will hold a 3rd committee of the whole meeting to consider amendments and/or substitutes. No live public comment will be taken on the city's operating budget legislation, R 25-132. However, live public comment will be taken on the objectives legislation, R 25-153. Written comments will be accepted at the May 15th meeting. At the end of the May 15th meeting, the budget as amended and/or substituted will be sent to the Monday, May 19th City Council meeting for adoption. Live public comment and written comments will be accepted at the May 19th Council meeting. Members of the public, city staff, and the media have the ability to view this meeting in person and on live streams through 4 different platforms: GovTV on Comcast Channel 16, the GovTV website, YouTube, and Zoom webinar. The live streams can be accessed from most smartphones, tablets, or computers. Also, this meeting is closed captioned, and you may enable the closed captioning services on your television or device at this time. The video recording of this meeting will also remain available for viewing at any time on the City Council's website. Council staff is available via telephone if members of the public need assistance finding the videos online. Please call 505-768-3100 for assistance during business hours, which are Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 p.m. Members of the public have the opportunity to address the committee if they have signed up for public comment per the rules published on the agenda and our website Friday. We will now move to public comment. Here are the public comment ground rules. Each participant has 2 minutes to present. Comments are to be addressed to councilors only, and disruptive conduct will result in removal from the meeting. Mr. Cornelius, please call the name of the first speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our first speaker is Francesco Artist, followed by Samantha Clemens.
About 50 years ago, Albuquerque was the very first place, or one of the first places in the entire country where they set aside 1% of the entire budget to public art. Recently, City Council bumped that up to 1.5% to not only create new pieces of art, but to protect and conserve the ones that are already part of our collection that act like the cherry on the top of the cake for our beautiful city. Shortly thereafter, early 80s, the city came into some serious money and put that into a trust. And the interest from those dollars went towards people just like me, where we were allowed to put food on our table and a roof over our head just by creating art. I would encourage this city council to maybe shake off a couple crumbs from the $1.5 billion that we're talking about here today and create an additional pot that will address things that are near and dear to your hearts, whether it's affordable housing or water conservation or studies about studies. And let that be the thing that is the gift that keeps on giving 50 years from now and beyond. Thank you.
Samantha Clemens, followed by Miguel Tittman. Miguel Tittman, followed by Anami Das.
Madam Chair, City Councilors, my name is Miguel Tittman. I represent the firefighters here in Albuquerque. I want to thank you first for listening to us, giving us a seat at the table, and addressing the very important staffing resolution that you guys helped us pass. I was listening to last cow, the first cow, and I felt obligated to come and make some responses based on some things that were said. In regard to Station 23 and the opening of a brand new station, long time coming, and how we do that. It's imperative that we do it responsibly and with the safety of our firefighters in mind. So when it was said, quote unquote, by our fire chief, we're still awaiting some legal interpretation on specifically the safety of the paramedic working independently on the engine, since the hearing was 3 hours of concerns of paramedics working independently. I want to make a stance openly today that the resolution stands for itself. The resolution specifically cites paramedic on rescues and does not address paramedics on engines at all. And I think you all are well aware of the difference. So for the fire chief to say something that is inaccurate, I think is misleading. The second thing is I think it was misleading to put on the budget in bright letters that the increase was 10.4%, and 11 million of that was going towards IFF bargain, which is true, but it was split in from fiscal 25 and 26, and I think it was unfair to put all of that into one slide stating that the bulk of that is going to us based off this financial year. And then the most shocking to me was that there was only a request for 4 additional positions. 16 positions have been awarded so far for Station 23. We want to open our station with an engine, a ladder, and a rescue. We need an additional 20 funded positions to open that station safely. She only asked for 4. And I ask you why. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anami Das, and I'll call Samantha Clemens after that.
Hi, all. Madam Chair. So I spoke at the last meeting about the general fund issues and how discrimination cases coming from federal or being funded federally could create issues. And with city legal being discussed tonight, I did want to point out that the Office of Civil Rights is under city legal in this budget. I'm not sure exactly what money is going to them because it's not like a line item in the budget. We also haven't had staff in 15 or 16 months at all in the Office of Civil Rights, which once again is a riot prevention measure. One of the glues of our society is respect. And so by not enforcing the discrimination laws that y'all have worked very hard to pass and amend and keep updated, there are risks being levied at the rest of the city. Also, what was it? I wanted to thank Councilor Grout for the first half of your questions for HHH during the last meeting. Those were excellent. Same with Councilor Rogers. For the second half of your questions, Councilor Grout, permanent supportive housing is not meant to be sustainable. Sometimes people just need housing, and the government is not a business. Cool. Thanks.
Has Samantha Clemens arrived? Does not look like it. That concludes comment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Let's see, we will now go to Mr. Davis, Lawrence Davis, the budget officer, and Mr. Kevin Noel, the budget manager. Mr. Davis and Mr. Noel will lead today's presentation overview of the physical goals, department budgets. Counselors will have an opportunity to ask questions of each department after they're presented. Counselors, I'm going to ask that we have all of our questions ready. We'll try to go through one round and then move on to the next department. And then we want to keep all of those questions germane to the department. Mr. Davis?
Thank you, Madam Chair, counselors. All right, second round, physical goal departments tonight. We'll have a brief presentation by Director Sandoval on risk recovery. We'll move on to discuss a few items for Fund 202, Marijuana Equity and Community Reinvestment Fund, and then we'll move on to the department presentations. With that, Director Sandoval will make a brief presentation for risk recovery.
Madam Chair, I think the best place to start to explain risk recovery is to give an overview of what we do to determine what each department will contribute to the risk fund, part of the annual budget process. What we do is we go back and look at 4 years' worth of actual claims to give us an understanding of how those claims and costs will impact the coming year. Risk recovery happens when we don't have sufficient budget to cover a very large claim. That's unusual, but when it does happen, we have to review what that claim is and determine what number of years we're going to spread that claim over so we don't have that impact just in 1 year. Like I said, it's unusual. On our website, we have 2016 through present by category, the number of claims, and I stand for questions.
Counselors, any questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, oh, I have one question. I do have a question. Do you have one? Okay, Counselor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. Last meeting, we talked a little bit about insurance requirements. Can you talk a little bit about risk department and the requirements for insurances?
Madam Chair and Counselor, we have standard insurance requirements, but the risk manager reviews that on a case-by-case basis to determine if those are sufficient or if there can be a waiver. So it would be on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you.
And I just have one question. How is risk assessed?
Risk?
How is risk assessed?
To determine the amount for the risk fund for each department, we go back and look at 4 years' worth of actual claims and determine how that's going to impact the coming year.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to the departments, actual departments. The first one is Aviation. Mr. Director Richard McCorley. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I just messed. Have a seat. Sorry. Yes, the Marijuana Equity Fund now.
Thank you, Madam Chair, counselors. So a brief description and overview of the fund table for fiscal year 26. You'll see all the way on the right-hand column. You'll see the estimated projected revenues at $3.5 million, the estimated appropriations for $3.9 million, and the $3.9 million is based on the estimated need to support the programs approved by City Council. As you can see, we're carrying a little bit of fund balance at the bottom. We are estimating FY25 actuals to come in about $3.9 million, and we're always very conservative. This is, of course, a new tax. We work with our city economists to project these amounts, and we'd rather err on the side of very conservative revenue projection than really over project. So that's why you see the $3.5 million revenue projection there.
Okay. Counselors, any questions? Mr. Davis, can you provide how much retail tax revenue the city has received so far?
Madam Chair, city condiment. But did you know? 1 second, Madam Chair. Sorry, Madam Chair. Our city economist was running those numbers today. I'll get you it right after aviation.
Okay, that's a deal. That's really good. Okay, any other questions? Okay. All right, now let's do aviation. Director?
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. First, Department Aviation, Richard McCurley, Director, FY 1026 proposed operating budget of $120.9 million with 306 positions. $466,000 for the addition of custodial media, airfield operations supervisor, administrative assistant, and concession manager positions. Next highlight is $983,000 for security, landscaping software, and additional professional and technical contracts. And last highlight for aviation, Madam Chair, is non-recurring funding of $2.5 million for an enterprise asset management system, EAMS, and $29.3 million for the purchase of land adjacent to the airport. And with that, Madam Chair, Director's here to answer questions.
Thank you. Good evening, Director.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to introduce my acting fiscal manager. He's been acting in the position for 2 months with the departure of our fiscal manager, and it's John Stevens.
Hello, Mr. Stevens. Welcome. Councilors, any questions? Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you. Been to the airport and it's looking good. Thank you, Director. I appreciate the hard work that's been going on at the airport. Can you give us a status report in reference to what's going on? It's been a couple months since I've been there. Can you give us an idea of what we're looking at, how much money it's costed? Give us just a briefing on what you've got going on over there and the renovations.
So we've, as we all know, we've opened up the new security checkpoint. We've opened up the new food hall. We're looking at next week to open Cheese and Coffee, which is one of the other F&Bs in the food hall. And we are targeting to open the Pueblo Cultural Kitchen at the end of June. So all of the restaurants will be open in the food hall. From there, we're targeting right at October, right before the Balloon Fiesta, to get the additional restaurants as far as the main restaurant that used to be the Rio Grande. That'll be now the Birthday Brews. That'll be open October 1st, along with Sadie's, which is still adjacent to the old food court. So those will be open. Then also we'll be opening at the same time in October, we're targeting to open both Laguna Burger and also Frank's Chicken Waffle, which is down by Concourse A. And we are holding off on the Talos Peaks and Buffalo Wild Wings, which is on Concourse B, as a future project, which will start in October for that. And it's just along the lines of logistics to have a sit-down restaurant so people can go to right now. So we're holding off on that one. Retail-wise, we're looking at the same thing. We're looking at opening the Ascend program middle of July, which is the local vendors being given access to the airport. And then the other vendors, we're looking at the October 1st to get those open. We are trying to target to get the 3 locations at the old food court open around the August, September, before the October. But the rest we're targeting for October 1st to have all the concessions open before Balloon Fiesta and the holiday period.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Another question is, I'm just curious about the performance measures and what we've been seeing in terms of passengers. How many passengers have we had this year versus last year, and what's your projection for 26?
Apologies, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Councilor Sanchez, what we're looking at right now, if you go to the first half of FY25, we're actually doing really well. We're doing about a 5% increase per month over that period for employments. Our capacity for passenger seat capacity was also up by about 10% availability. What we've seen going into the October time period, October was great because that's Balloon Fiesta. November and December are usually the other high months. November, we actually saw a decrease about 3%, somewhere in there. And so then we had a slight increase in December, and then we've seen a decrease. So right now, we're looking at overall about a 1.7% decrease in passenger enplanements up until March of this year. We have the numbers showing that we have increased seat capacity from April to November. Our analysts, financial analysts has looked at, believes that we'll get back to a flat enplanement compared to 2019, which was the highest period up until for the last 12 years, you could say. So we are targeting to get that flat, but we have seen the steady increase overall.
Thank you. Madam Chair, just one more question. What are we doing at the airport just to bring more direct flights in? And if there's any direct flights that are happening now, just want to make sure that we're actually working on building that back up. I know we had a decrease when they took out the hub action, but now what are we doing to gain that momentum back?
So on the actual nonstop flights, back in 22, we were at, I remember, 24 nonstop flights. Now in 25, once we get the flight to Dulles going, which will be May 20th, we'll be up to 32 nonstop flights to different locations. This year, we included Taos, Angel Fire was one, which is the interlocal one. We also had Nashville that just started up just 3 weeks ago, and now we have the Dulles flight starting up in about a week and a half.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Champagne?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, I just have a couple questions real quick. Can you explain, it says under new CIP project, the double eagle infrastructure improvements for $5 million. It shows that the other three projects over there, the taxiway B, air traffic control tower, and 1735 is on, well, it looks like it's been completed. So what's the infrastructure improvements now?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, what that's going to do is prepare us for future developments. The airport has not had any infrastructure development in over 20 years. What this will do is put in new sewage, new water, and also new electricity to different areas that we're looking to develop for opportunities out there. If we don't have it, it usually is a delay for us, to get somebody to come in under economic development. So we're looking for the future. Get this targeted for an area, and so they'll be ground ready for somebody to come in. And it'll be up to their property line, and then they'll connect into our system.
Okay. Madam Chair, are we talking about new hangars, or are we talking individual private hangars?
For this, it's really the infrastructure of those three areas. Now, for new hangars, we are not doing development right now because we have partnered with two developers out at Double Eagle 2. They've each are planning on building essentially 48 hangars each out there. We've already have 12 developed. We're breaking ground for another 12. We're targeting that in 3 years we will have the 96 new hangars built.
Those are T hangars, rows of T hangars? Okay.
T hangars, yes.
And Madam Chair, the last question, what is the rail spur repairs?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, 2 years ago we purchased the rail spur that runs and connects on to the southern property, 500 acres. We bought a portion of that, and so what that is, that's money that's been put aside to renovate that rail spur to get it prepared for use by rail. We were looking at 2 years ago the possibility of intermodal on the south property. Then we started looking into inland port, and then also just a terminal station, having those options out there. And so we purchased that property for $750,000 at auction from the federal government.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director.
Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Director. Thanks for being here. Just curious, under your data points for your department, it says number of disinfecting robots in use. Actual for FY23 was 5, 2024, 0, 2025 and 2026, 1. Can you tell me what those are and why did we stop using them? Seems like.
During the pandemic, we had utilized 5 of those robots to constantly clean the restrooms and other areas every night. We've kept one robot on, and it does it on a periodic basis in all the areas to kill any bacteria or other viruses that are in the restrooms. But based on the current health conditions and everything, we opted down to reduce that down to the one and do it on a periodic basis to keep the restrooms bacteria and virus-free.
Thank you, Madam Chair. COVID's not gone. Just want to remind everybody of that. We might want to keep those practices going. I would hate, yeah, so I was just curious about that. And then the other question I saw on the CIP new projects was APD Canine Facility for $5 million, and that I assume is at the Sunport. Can you tell me about that project?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, what that's for is that we're looking at building on a 1-acre site that we've selected out at Sunport for a APD canine office and also kennels, indoor, outdoor dog runs, and also a small training area for the 4 dogs that we have working at the airport, those officers. Right now, we have them where we are looking at a canopy for them to be staged under, but they're constantly either, brought into an office to sit there, or they're in the vehicles that are kept running for the air conditioning and all. I want to treat those officers well, and so we're looking at planning on building that facility for them.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. Cargo, I've noticed cargo is down a little bit for the last couple of years. Can you tell me why?
It's dropped down over the last year. Essentially, we were doing pretty good up until the tail end of 24 and going into 25. We started seeing the slow decrease. We've seen about a 30%. One of the things is demand for cargo. What we saw is that Amazon used to do 2 flights for us a day. They've dropped down to 1 flight, and so that already dropped it by 20%, and the others on their tonnage have slightly dropped down. As we know right now, in the market area, we're seeing the economy is a little bit of difficulty, and that plays a big part in the supply chain demand and the demand from the public.
Thank you. And I have one other question. Is the flight diversion funded for the runway? Is the flight diversion funded for the runway?
Madam Chair, could I get some clarification on that? Were you looking at flight diversions or?
Staff? Councilor Feeble-Corn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the discussion, and at least in the budget hearing that I was in, was we're experiencing, or folks in the northeast section of town are experiencing a lot more overhead flights right now because there's changes to the runway happening. We were curious if those changes are fully funded.
Madam Chair, Councilor Feeble-Corn, yes, those are a part of a FAA federal project where we get essentially 85% of the funding from the FAA for a runway project. Currently we have that runway closed, so we're having to heavily use the other primary runway that we have for air carrier. And so it has caused some concerns and all with the public. As my email stated, we are getting into the period where we'll be reopening that runway right before the air show, closing down for an additional 3 weeks for the final cans, the light cans to go in, and then it'll be fully reopened at that time. But it is fully funded from the federal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think my constituents just wanted to know that it was fully funded and that there was an end period that would go back to normalcy. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? We're good. Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I would also second what Councilor Sanchez said. The airport is looking lovely. We went through there recently, and my husband needed to use the restroom, and he came out and he said, "You should see that restroom. It's really nice." So.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to add one thing is that, I have to give all the kudos to my team. From my deputy directors to my custodial staff, we're all working together as a team. We all go by the mantra that we're the first impression and last impression, and every day they work hard to leave that lasting impression. So I have to give all the kudos to them. So thank you all, though, for your support.
You're welcome. They're doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to the next department, city support. Mr. Davis and Mr. Noel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before that, in talks with the city economist, she did create an estimate for the retail amount for
Okay.
Fund 202. And I'm going to have her come up and explain because she's a lot more articulate in this area than me. She tried explaining it to me and I'm like, you're going to give it a go. Because it is based on estimations and she has to explain her methodology and how she backed into it.
Very good.
Madam Chair, members, good afternoon. So the GRT for cannabis isn't on our GRT report that we get from the Taxation and Revenue Department. When we get GRT on cannabis, it usually lands in the retail or it'll land in manufacturing, right, in the appropriate business category. And so, but what I can do, because of the excise tax, I know how much excise tax they're charging. I know about how much of that revenue they're distributing to municipalities. So based on those factors, I'm able to sort of back into approximately how much gross receipts are being generated by cannabis. And so then I can apply our tax rate and come up with an approximation. And so you wanted year to date, but I don't have that, and I'd have to go back and actually look at how much revenue we have, exactly how much we have year to date. But what I did do is based on the assumption of 3.9 million in excise tax revenue for the year, then that would result in about 2.7 million in GRT. And it's not just retail, it would be all the gross receipts generated by cannabis. So I hope that's, if that's enough. And then if you do want, year to date, I could back into that, but I'd have to go back and get the rest of the data.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Has that practice changed? Because when I was working on cannabis equity, I saw the tax forms and they're expressly called out on the tax form that we receive, says cannabis tax. And it's called out on the tax form. I've seen it myself. So did that practice change?
Madam Chair, Representative Rogers, when you look at the RP 500 that we receive from the Taxation and Revenue Department, cannabis sales are not on there.
Okay, can we get a copy of what that looks like? Because I'll look in my records for the one I've seen myself when we were doing this work in equity and inclusion, and it was, I sat in a meeting with Mayor, we looked at the list, and we had an exact number for cannabis. Okay. So I'm just really confused.
Madam Chair, Representative Rogers, I don't know, are you speaking of because we get a report from TRD every month that shows exactly how much cannabis revenue that we're getting, excise tax revenue. Is that the report you're referring to?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it was a report that said exactly what the city could expect in cannabis tax dollars.
Madam Chair, the only thing was it excise tax revenue or was it gross receipts tax revenue? That would be my only, maybe you were looking at the excise tax revenue report.
Sure, happy to compare.
Okay,
so thank you. So I can learn and we can make sure, but I know it's not that. We knew exactly when we were doing this work, exactly how much taxes were coming in for this. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that with us. I'd appreciate it if we could all get that. Councilor Champagne.
No, ma'am, I was just.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Noel.
Okay, next up, we have city support. The FY26 proposed general fund budget is $44,713,000. Funding for the early retirement program increases by $1.3 million. The gross receipts tax administration fee payment increases by $293,000, and the GRT debt service fund transfer increases by $96,000. That's pretty much it for the budget.
Thank you. Councilors, any questions? Okay, I just have two questions. Mr. Soroso, why is the second quarter projection of 2.2 million listed as an estimated projection adjustment in the fund table?
I'm going to have Mr. Davis respond to the fund table question.
Madam Chair, let me just take a look at the fund table.
And Madam Chair, just for clarification purposes, is that, are we talking about city support as the program, as the department?
Pardon
Or
me?
the actual fund table?
So
We run different fund tables, so for example, debt service out of here, 405, 415.
there is a line item in the second quarter, or why is the second quarter projection of 12.2 million listed as an estimated projection adjustment in the fund table? It's the exact amount in the proposed budget that you gave us. It's the exact amount that was in the second quarter that was just given to council.
So, sorry, Madam Chair, that portion of the 12 million you're talking about, the 2 million that's embedded within city support?
So I am looking at the general fund 110, resources, appropriations, and available fund balance. And under fund balance per ACFR adjustments, there's a line item, estimated projection adjustment. Fiscal year estimated actual expenses, 2.155, almost $2.2 million. So again, my question is, why is that projection listed as an estimated projection adjustment in the fund table?
I think, Madam Chair, correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm going to explain this. So the fund table, if you bring it up, Mr. For 110, for M 2026. So we are estimating we are going to come in at budget. So second quarter projections, we are projecting an overspend of 12 million. So that adjustment is exactly the same because we are saying we are going to come in at budget, at the current budget, FY25 budget of, the current revised budget of 855.2 million. Second quarter projections, we're estimating in second quarter that actual expenditures would be 867.3 million. So that is the difference between the two. So between second quarter projections and the revised budget, what we're saying is we are planning to come in at budget. We're very conservative in our projections. We want the departments to project actually what they're going to spend plus more. We know there's going to be vacancies. We know we're going to incur some more savings from some vacant positions, some natural turnover in the departments. But between second quarter projections and the end of the fiscal year, what that estimate is we are going to hit our budget by the end of the fiscal year of 855 million.
Okay, so thank you for that explanation. So follow up to that. Why is it included in the fund table this year when it was not shown in the fund table in previous years? It's a new line item, and so we just need more understanding of why we have a new line item for that particular thing. Why?
Yeah, Madam Chair, and it's simply that adjustment is saying we are going to come in at budget.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I have one more question. Mr. Soroso, will the entire $6 million transferred to Fund 265 for housing be utilized within this fiscal year, or will a portion be allotted for use in subsequent years?
Madam Chair, the whole reason that we came to you all and asked to move that money to 265 is so that it would live from one fiscal year to the next. The problems we had last year with trying to close out contracts, trying to start new contracts, trying to work with our providers who were in a contract and then in a new contract, and then they had folks that were relying on them for their rental support. We moved it to 265. So that 6 million will carry forward. It will live in that fund without reversion. And that was the sole reason to do that, so that we could enter into a contract in this fiscal year, and that contract could go 1, 2, 3, 4 fiscal years, and they could count on that money being there.
That is what I understood it to be. I just wanted to make sure. So you're saying that you will not be expending it all in this fiscal year, in fiscal year 25?
Madam Chair, we were happy to get more detail for you from HHH on what their spend is of that 6 million, but the rationale behind this was so that they could encumber it across multiple fiscal years and not necessarily spend it in the fiscal year that it's initially appropriated. So and we're also, there is money in this budget for approval to add more money to that fund so that we can continue to add folks to that. And HHH can give you more detail on that, and we can work on that.
Thank you. Any other questions, counselors? Okay, thank you. All right, let's move on to environmental health. Mr. Director Rogers, Paul Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Environmental Health Director Paul Rogers. FY26 proposed general fund budget of 6.2 million, 43 general fund positions. We also have air quality fund at 5.2 million, 33 positions, and then we also have 15 grant funded positions in the department. One highlight for environmental health, FY26 proposed budget reorganizes the city's sustainability staff and operating activities from the general services and legal departments to the environmental health department. The budget for the sustainability division totals $887,000 and includes 6 full-time positions. And with that, Madam Chair, Director Rogers is here to answer your questions.
Good evening, Director.
Good evening, Madam Chair. I'd also like to introduce my fiscal manager, Elizabeth Jones, and Deputy Director Terrence Smith, who are accompanying me this evening.
Welcome. Counselors, any questions? Counselor Champagne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, what does it mean that you do not maintain a comprehensive database of all cannabis retailers?
All cannabis, excuse me?
Retailers?
So, Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, there are several different departments that track the cannabis retailers. Environmental health tracks and permits the ones that sell edibles. That's what gives us our authorization to oversee those organizations. There are a number of those retailers that don't sell edibles, and they have oversight from planning.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, I noticed that the human feces removal has been removed out of EHD, it looks like entirely, but I wanted to verify that, are there any functions of that program that are going to remain within the EHD budget?
Madam Chair, Councilor Feeblecorn, yes. We are administering the program. We do collaborate with solid waste. That's where the daily management of the team is dispatched from. However, we have oversight as to their activities, the equipment, the funding, the daily dispatchers. Deputy Director Smith still receives the 311s and has a counterpart in solid waste, and they collaborate on that effort.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Deputy Director Smith, that is the only expense for your department is his time, and that's based into his salary?
Madam Chair, Councilor Feeblecorn, yes, that as well as the administration of the actual program, the cost of the temporary employees that we have actually answering the calls in the field, as well as the contractor costs that we still encounter.
And I'm sorry, Madam Chair, one more. And where is that contract located in your budget? What's the line item from which it's going to be paid?
Madam Chair, Councilor Feeblecorn, that is under Department ID 5614000. This is the same department ID that we used in the prior fiscal year, and it's not embedded within any other department IDs.
Thank you for that clarification. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Counselor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, and this may be in front of me here, but like how many air quality board hearings are you budgeting for in this budget? What do you normally budget for?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, we have an air quality board meeting once monthly. However, this month is kind of the misnomer, where there isn't one scheduled for this month, but they are either done in person or remotely every month.
Right. What about for special hearings? I mean, sometimes you have special hearings and those cost a certain amount of money. I mean, do you budget for that in here? Like I say, if they were to call several special hearings over the next year, I mean, how do you account for that if you do have some of those? 'Cause
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, I would have to check on that and get back with you. We haven't had any special hearings to date this calendar year. We don't anticipate any in the future, but I can check as to the budget
Okay.
of those.
And I think, Madam Chair, I don't know if I don't remember this completely, but does Bernalillo County contribute anything to, do they do any kind of funding to the Air Quality Board or those hearings or all the expenses that are related to that?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, I'm not sure about the board specifically. However, they do contribute to the air quality effort.
Okay. But, or to your department, I mean, do we get any Bernalillo County funding that goes to your department at all? It goes to the city to fund?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, yes, and they also assist us with the mosquito endeavor.
With the what? I'm sorry.
The mosquito spraying that we
Okay.
do every year.
So they
So
fund, they give the department money for that?
there is collaboration between us and the county.
Okay, but as far as you know, nothing for the Air Quality Board or air quality permits?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, I believe there is, but I would have to firm up that amount.
Yeah, I don't think there is, but if there is, I'd certainly be, I mean, I'm interested. I don't know for sure. And if you don't know for sure, if you could let us know that, I do appreciate it. And I do think that it makes some sense because there's a pretty good amount of money that goes into these hearings, and they have, 3 or 4 board members on that board. It's a joint, committee, and I think whether it be, years of just it being set up and not really, resetting it, or maybe even it's just a matter of not talking to the county, or maybe just over the years we just haven't talked to the county about, hey, this is something they need to help fund. So, but I'd like to see us make an effort to do that. I appreciate it. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Champagne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize for the additional question, Director, but in reference to general inspection info, I just noticed that your year-to-date inspections are 706, and inspections currently due are 3,349. Is there a reason why, I mean, if we're halfway through the year, a little under halfway through the year, we're not going to get to all 3,300, is that correct?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, of the replies that we furnished, that is the only one that we have determined recently was incorrect. The number of 1,236 for 2024, 2025 should be 2,679.
Okay, thank you, Director. Noticing that, there is a big decrease. 2020, we had 4,100, almost 4,200. And it's steadily decreased every year down to your 2,200. Is there a reason of the decrease of inspections?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, I know I can't not speak to the yearly decline. I can speak to the recent decline in that we have had a number of changes within the department. We changed the food code, which radically changed how we do our inspections, and it took some time to adjust fees and get the inspectors up to speed with the new expectations in the new food code. So we expected to see some decrease in that, as well as a switch over to the Tyler software, which that division has fully switched over to, and we still experience a little bit of growing pains. And hence, that's why our first number wasn't correct. We had to do a little bit of hand searching to make up for the shortcomings with the software.
Thank you for that clarification, Director.
Thank you. Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Director Rogers. Question, can you tell me about the funding that the city has received for Justice 40?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, yes. The Office of Equity and Inclusion has received some funding. We have been working with them as well as other departments have. Our sustainability division formed a community task force, And of course, that relates around sustainability issues. But in order to ensure that that body was inclusive, they worked with the Justice 40 Oversight Coordinating Committee as far as reaching out to solicit folks to apply for that task force. I may add that task force is stipend supported, so that would be one of those expenses that those funds were utilized for.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was intimately involved as I worked in OEI when that started, but I'm interested in the funding that has been received by the city of Albuquerque due to Justice 40 initiatives.
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, to date, the only expense we have had that we've utilized any of that money for has been, and it's been in association with another federal grant, is that stipend.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How much money have we received at the city of Albuquerque through Justice 40?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, I'm afraid I don't have an answer to that question.
Okay, thank you. I'm asking because I heard we got a lot of great money for sustainability for trees. And so I'm just interested. It's not on our list of grants that we received from the administration. The only one I see for sustainability here is an EPA grant for carbon pollution. But in some of our questions, it specifically says Justice 40, another grant that we received. So if you could get that for me, total amount that we've received for Justice 40. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I just have a couple of questions. Let's see, has environmental health provided a breakdown of revenue expected from food permits by permit type and price?
Madam Chair, we have, and I do have that information available. I can forward it to you tomorrow. The final food permit expected revenue is $2,890,145 in total, and the chart that I have breaks it down by type of permit.
Thank you. Just go ahead and forward that to our office. That'd be great. Thank you. Much appreciated. There is a discrepancy in cannabis retail counts. Responses list 117 and 124. While the map lists there are 263. So please clarify the actual number of retailers versus permits.
Madam Chair, the discrepancy isn't necessarily a discrepancy. They're different numbers, but there's a reason why.
Okay.
So as I referred to in the prior question, EHD does not have authority or oversight over all of the retail cannabis operations, only the ones with edibles. So the total number is 160 within the city licensed cannabis operations. EHD has oversight over 153 of those. Of those 153 facilities, as is common with food permits, typically a food establishment may have several permits within one establishment. So the 153 facilities total a number of 160 permits through EHD.
Okay.
And I have it also broken down by type, whether it's a retail cannabis, a processor, a warehouse, or a food service.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that information. Then my final question, it's more about fees collected. In question 10C, in our first questions, my question to you is, has EHD provided complete information on fees collected through fines as distinct from permits? So the difference.
Madam Chair, we answered half the question originally with the fees collected from permits.
Yep.
Fees collected from fines, I do have that with me here this evening, and I can forward it to you tomorrow. The grand total for 2025 is $64,920 to date.
For the fines.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for, we're just trying to make sure that we're understanding all of the numbers and getting them correct. So thank you for answering those questions. Counselors, any other questions for Director? Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Okay, let's move on to, I think it's animal welfare is next. Yes.
Sorry, Madam Chair. I'm gonna let Kevin Noel come up in 1 second, but just to clarifying,
Yes.
just to clarify for Councilor Feeblecorn, the reason why you saw the feces come off the one time is it's actually recurring now. So we took it off the one time. They have environmental health has 200,000 recurring now. Just to make sure we're on the same page. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
That's a good answer, thank you. And hello, Director. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the flowers. They're very nice. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the council. Animal welfare has Director Carolyn Ortega. Their proposed FY26 proposed general fund budget is $16,547,000 with 158 general fund positions. The proposed budget includes non-recurring funding of $100,000 for preventative clinic lease agreement and $500,000 for street cat hub. And Director Ortega is here for questions.
Good evening, councilors. Madam Chair, you're very welcome. Happy Mother's Day.
Thank you.
That's what I was thinking of, and I didn't leave the gentlemen out. So they got an animal welfare pen that reminds them to follow their heart, which is our heart ordinance.
Yes, thank you.
So animal welfare's mission is to protect and serve the pets and people of Albuquerque by providing caregiving, awareness, resources, enforcement, and service excellence. I didn't bring any staff here today because they deserve a break. But I am very, very proud of the team that I have. My 5-year anniversary is this weekend, and it has been the proudest that I've been of any team that I've ever worked with. And so I would be remiss if I didn't request for me to present you with some numbers of why I'm so proud of them, if it please the Madam Chair.
Please do.
So animal intake has gone down by 6.5%. Owner surrenders down by 4%. Stray animals are down by 9%. Pet reclaims are up by 25%. Our euthanasia rate is down by 9%. And our adoptions have increased as a percentage of intake by 6% in this fiscal year. And this can be attributed to many things. Our partnership with APD and AFR by having the scanners at those substations, just over the last 2 months, they had 35 pets going into those substations. And of those 35, 31 of the animals had microchips and got back home. So they never made it to our shelter. Our efforts to be proactive in the spay and neuter world, which also reduces our pet population. Since July 2024, we have done 2,571 spay and neuters. We have done 6,319 vaccines, and we have inserted 2,398 microchips. Our adoption events, since July, we have done 94 adoption events. So we are taking the pets to the people and not waiting for the people to come to us. What that has resulted in is at our high, our shelter had 1,200 pets in the shelter where we only have 750 kennels. As of today, we have 550 pets in our shelter.
Great.
So all of our efforts have really fared well, and that is one of the biggest reasons that I am very proud of our team and what we've accomplished. So now I open for questions.
You have much to be grateful for and be proud of, so thank you for all that you're doing. Counselors, any questions? Counselor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and happy anniversary. A couple of folks have asked me, and I didn't know the answer, on the change of your performance metrics that you're reporting. We used to have the euthanasia rate, the adoption rate, all of those things on an annual basis, and now you've changed to a new list of performance measures. Can you just talk us through why the new measures?
Madam Chair, Councilor Feeblecorn, we wanted to make them achievable goals. So SMART goals, that's the business side of my brain goes to SMART goals. And we also wanted to align it to our mission, which is the CARES model. And how we did that was we tied many of the measures to the caregiving and the awareness and the resources and the enforcement and service excellence. It was really meant to get the entire team involved. If they know what those measures are, then they can help us accomplish those goals. And that was the reason for those changes.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, one more question. I just noticed that in this budget, the administration, again, didn't put in any funding for large-scale spay-neuter programs. It's not like there's a shortage of need for spay-neuter in our community. So can you talk us through why the reduction or the elimination of that line item again?
Madam Chair, Councilor Feeblecorn, one of the things that I missed mentioning here was when we first started the spay and neuter program in 2021, we had a waiting list of over 5,000 animals that needed to be spay and neutered. As of today, we have on our waiting list 158 pets on our waiting list. So there's a less than a 2-week wait to get spay and neutered. Many of them have been scheduled for the next 2 weeks, and then we're having our blitz next week. The main purpose for our blitzes were really to get us caught up. We knew when we originally went into the direction of being proactive instead of reactive by creating our community vet clinic that we would just needed to get caught up because the pandemic put us really behind because we didn't do spay and neuters for several months. And we knew that it would take about 5 years to get caught up. We now are caught up on our wait list, so we are going to start promoting it more frequently and encouraging everybody who's watching to, if you are low or to moderate income, go onto our website and sign up. We want to continue to spay and neuter. We do want to continue to do some of the blitzes as needed, but they won't need to be as frequent until we build back up that wait list. But in the meantime, our community vet clinic is keeping up. Of course, every day we have more added to it, absolutely, and our efforts to go out into the community will help build that up. But for now, that in combination with having our not-for-profit Kennel Compadres support that is really helpful, and that's actually what it was created for.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director. Just to comment, I think that we should caution ourselves against saying that our wait list is small, therefore there's no need, because every single day in our community, I see dogs who are not fixed. And just because their guardians didn't go through all the steps to get on a wait list doesn't mean that there are not people who need that service. And so just a caution of, saying that we have caught up, because I do not believe that that's the case, or we would have much fewer numbers than you've already reported, which are pretty, amazing, but we would have even fewer numbers in the shelter. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Champagne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, one of the questions that we had submitted earlier talks about the kind of the flat budget or the decrease, the 0.6% decrease. And it says, what steps are being taken to ensure that the reduction in the budget doesn't negatively affect the department's mission, especially when it comes to public safety related services like animal protection services? And the answer that was given, and I don't know if it was you or who did, but no impact on essential roles or public safety services when they are fully staffed with all 19 protection officers. Are you fully staffed right now?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, we will be fully staffed. We have 19 positions, 17 are staffed, and the last 2 positions are coming online first pay period of June.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Director. Madam Chair.
Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions. Actually, one's a question, one's a comment. The $500,000 in non-recurring funding from FY25 has been carried over to continue supporting the preventative pet care clinic and the street cat hub. What steps are being taken to ensure these programs sustain beyond 2026?
Madam Chair, Councilor Sanchez, the Street Cat Hub initiative of the TNR program is essential to the success of our shelters. If we did not have Street Cat Hub, we wouldn't have these numbers. We would be 3,000 more cats in the shelter. Because of Street Cat Hub, it is actually the $500,000 investment is actually just that. It's a cost benefit because if we did bring those 3,000 pets into the shelter, the average length of stay is 20 days, down from 90 days. But it would cost $47 a day to care for them, which would mean more than $5 million cost to the city instead of $500,000.
Thank you. Another quick question, a little close to what Councilor Feeblecorn was talking about. I see your new core services are CARES, Caring, Awareness, Resources, Enforcement, Service, and Excellence. When you came in just earlier, when you started your presentation, one of the things you did start is you started with what is the discontinued performance measures. And I think that the public wants to see those performance measures still. You came in and you talked about them, so obviously they're important. So I think that it'd be a good idea to have those performance measures back on there, even though you do have the CARES program, because these performance measures are something that you were very proud of, and a lot of them have been on the positive, so it'd been nice to see that in the budget as well, so that we could follow along and read that with you. So just a suggestion, even though they're discontinued and you have a different program, I think those are very, very important to be continued and carry over for all the budgets here to come.
Madam Chair, Councilor Sanchez, they're captured in those numbers. We just put them in different slots. And we also took a step forward last year by creating a data dashboard on our website that actually captures a lot of those numbers. And for the first time, we've been capturing the data for a year. We're moving into phase 2 of the data collection that we're going to be doing we're going to add more goals, but we're also going to provide year-over-year comparisons, month-over-month comparisons, so that the people in the community know how far we've come.
It was just it's a comment just because it would have been nice to see those in an area where we could actually follow them really well. And I think that the public would like that as well, just to be able to see those performance measures and see what you're improving on, what you're not improving on, those kinds of things. Just a suggestion. It makes it easier for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Pena?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, I just want to say, I think you're just doing such a phenomenal job. I'd love to get an update maybe that you could provide to the entire council about some of the capital outlay that we've gotten for both animal shelters and kind of where we're at and where, what kind of money we still need to raise in order to get those facilities up and underway. I know that you're doing a lot of improvements, so just an update on that. But I just want to say that I have been so impressed with Street Cat Hub. As you know, at first I was concerned about how it operated, and yes, I mean, there's still some of those things there, but if they weren't doing the work they were doing, I mean, the amount of cats that we would have out there would just be just unmanageable. So I just want to, I guess, maybe a shout out to them as well, just to say that I've been immensely impressed with the work that they're doing. So thank you, Director, and all your work and your staff.
Any other questions? Thank you, Director. Thank you for the work you do.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to Municipal Development, Director Jennifer Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Municipal Development Director Jennifer Turner. FY26 proposed general fund budget of $37.6 million, 227 general fund positions, as well as 4 other funds totaling $14.2 million and 108 positions. Highlight for municipal development: the proposed general fund budget includes a non-recurring funding of $80,000 for continued support of the Arid Low Impact Development Coalition and $1 million subsidy for the gas tax road fund. And with that, Madam Chair, Director Turner is here to answer questions.
Good evening, Director.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So late-breaking good news, if I may. The city was just named the outstanding public owner in the whole state of New Mexico by the contractors that are members of the Associated General Contractors. And that's based on our, thank you, on our employees, on our work product, on our relationships. And so I stand here so proud of the city and particularly my department for all the hard work we've done up to this point.
Good for you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Proud of you. Any questions, counselors? Counselor Lewis.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Director. A few things, and one, just because I just got another question about this, was just the work at Paseo and Eagle Ranch. Is that the state that's doing that project? I thought it was.
Yes.
Do you know anything about when they're wrapping that up, or how soon that's gonna wrap up?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, unfortunately,
Montoya might know about
unfortunately, I
it more.
don't know the date, but I can provide that by email unless CEO Montoya knows. Okay, I'll
Okay.
follow up by email.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks. That just so you could, I just need some help communicating to some of the folks around there that have just seen that project go on for a long time. So, and then, do you have any update on the Unser Paseo? I'm sorry, the Unser Paseo widening project that started. If you just kind of give us an overview update on that.
Yeah. Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, another great piece of news that just happened is that we executed the contract with a contractor who won the bidding process, Star Paving. And so we are working with them on, and our partners at NMDOT, on scheduling a pre-con meeting that will be followed by a ramp-up period and additional public meetings to tell the public what to expect. This is a $62 million project. It's actually, as far as I know, the largest city road construction project we've ever done. And so we want to make sure that the public is well informed of all of our progress and our milestones.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks for saying that too, because I've been saying that everywhere. That's the largest city-owned project. So I thought I should confirm that with the director before I keep saying that. So thank you. Yeah, I mean, a massive project. Do you know the? I mean, is the start date still around this summer or late summer?
So, Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, I should have started by saying thank you for all of your support and your advocacy for the funding. It was really money coming from 100 different sources, including the Fed, so thank you for that. So we actually have a 120-day ramp-up period where we're going to be doing some additional survey work, some potholing, some investigations. So it will look to the public like some construction's going on, but the real hard work will actually start probably early 2026. So, but there'll be this necessary investigation kind of ramp-up work with the contractor and all their subs as they come on board.
Right. Thanks, Madam Chair. And I know that there's going to be some blasting involved and things like that. I mean, obviously this is it's a unique area and it's a big project, and so. And not really asking a question. I just know that there's a big part of that is informing the public and helping the neighbors and everybody understand and working with everybody on the right timing and all that and dust control and everything. And so there's a lot that goes into that. A lot of public relations with the neighbors and everything too. And it's about a year and a half construction project or so.
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, it's actually going to be a little bit longer than that because it is such a massive project. So we're looking at, I believe, 2.5 years because of all the different phases. And there's a lot. I think it will be the most blasting that's ever happened up on the west side. So there's going to be a lot of steps and coordination and for the public, the community outreach and engagement. We don't want any surprises, and we want to work closely with everyone. So.
Thanks. All right. So we have promise less and deliver more. I appreciate you
always
approaching it like that. That's good. One last thing. I know that we're continually when the weather hits, and there's certain times throughout the year we can't do this, but we're continually filling. We're sealing cracks in roadways on the west side. And my understanding is that it's continual, it's not about just wherever the need is. I mean, there's a need everywhere, and we have crews that are continuing to do that throughout the west side, which is where, we see those issues the most. But is that, just want to confirm, I mean, is that the case that there are crews that are continually throughout the year, and are we funded, and since we're talking about the budget, are we funded in this budget to continue to do that, to be able to meet the need?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis. So in the city, we are responsible for over 4,600 lane miles of roads all around the city. That's quite a bit. And we have dedicated crews that do both the pothole repairs and Madam Chair learned firsthand the other day that we fix potholes often within 2 hours of getting notified for 311. Crack sealing takes us a little bit longer. We have a crack sealing team that is continually doing first in, first out. So if you submit a 311 for crack sealing, we're on about a 3 to 4 month waiting period just because it is more labor intensive and material intensive than potholes. But we do have a dedicated team that works year round on repairing those cracks. And the budget does continue to fund those positions.
But, I mean, there's also a priority list, right? Is the priority list just based on that 3-month list, which is based on just, I mean, basically constituent calls and people? But I mean, all of that, I'm assuming, is it creates a priority list on the most need, and also just responses from people and what they're seeing. I mean, am I correct? And that's kind of how we approach it.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, all things being equal, it would be first in, first out. But as you said, if we see a crack on a major arterial roadway that's causing dangerous conditions, we'll obviously address that first.
You have the flexibility to be able to move some up from
we
time
do.
to time, and see an issue really going on that we need to address right away. And again, those crews are, I mean, there's not a delay in that other than the time when the weather doesn't permit. Are we funded to continue to be in that continual process as far as the crack sealing?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, yes, we are.
Okay.
So sometimes, like this week, the weather does not cooperate with much of anything, but yes, we are funded to continue to do that work.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Champagne.
There it is. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple questions in reference to positions and vacancies. It said we asked to identify the reasons that there's 60 vacant positions. And this is due to constraints and turnover and such like that, and the difficulties of filling the positions. 31 of the 60s are full. Is that what it is, or
Madam
or
Chair.
being planned on being full, or what is the?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, great question. So we have 60 vacancies as of the time we put together those the answers to your questions, but 31 of those positions are actually what we call progression positions. So if you're going to start in streets and you've never operated heavy equipment before and you don't have your training, then you start in a lower level position, and we leave open that position for you to move up once you've had that adequate training. And so about half of those vacancies are actually so that we anticipate and we hope that our employees kind of move up the ranks. As far as the remaining positions, it's really a number of reasons. We like everyone, get turnover, we get promotions, folks move to other departments, they move to other governments. Some of them are harder to fill than others. I know the class and comp study that we've started implementing has tried to make some of those harder to fill positions a little more competitive. So it really depends on the reason. On the vacancy. And I just wanted to add, when I started as director, I saw the number of positions that had been open for a long time, and I met with my management team and we said, well, are there positions that we no longer need or are so impossible to fill that we'll never fill them, and can we put them to work where we need them? And so we've actually, in fiscal year 2025, so far reclassified 11 positions. And many of those had been open for a long, long time and related to engineering positions and our IT positions. So we've filled them where we needed them.
Perfect. That sounds great that you're actually adjusting and making the movement. Of the progression positions, do you find that they're, after we train them, they're leaving? And I ask this because I think transit has that issue with, we train them and get them their CDL license, and then they go to Amazon because they pay more or have better benefits. So those progression positions, are they finding that that's a lot of that fallout?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, in some cases, they do go to other city departments, but I'm confident that my department is a fabulous place to work, and I know what I love about it, and I know what a lot of people do, is that I walk around the city every day and I point out to my children, and to an annoying amount, they hate hearing this is one of Mom's projects, and I'm confident. I actually know that my team and their managers are great, and they're really proud of the work that they do, and so I think, you know, I don't know, I've never worked at Amazon, but I can't imagine that they get to improve the city the way that my employees do.
Madam Chair, Director, I'm pretty sure you get, they roll their eyes like mine does when I say the same thing. Yeah, I get the same stuff. So it says that 14 positions have been vacant for more than 300 days, and 2 of them are eligible for inactivation. But can you provide why the 2 positions are eligible for inactivation? What are those 2 positions?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne. So one of those positions is actually our administrative supervisor position, and because of other moves and class and comp and some other reclassification positions, it actually now makes less money than the folks that it supervises. And so I think that's a tough position for anyone to be in. And so we're taking a really hard look at that position and whether we should reclassify it or what else we can do with it. The other position that we had initially mentioned in our comments in our answers to the questions that Council asked us was an engineering pre-professional position, which is really like a college student intern type position. And so what we've actually decided to do to kind of bring someone in is to open up, we're going to reclass that position to give us a little more flexibility, that it doesn't have to be an engineer. It still has to be a college student, really excited and qualified to work at the city, but that it won't quite have that limitation. So we're actively trying to, again, reclass and look at where we can best fill our needs within the department.
And Madam Chair, last question. So then the other 12 and I know it's a little over 300 days, and that's, you know, not quite a year yet, but do you see inactivating the other 12 positions that we seem to can't fill in the last year? Or is it, I mean, is a year of an open spot common?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, for some of our engineering positions, it is a little challenging to fill them, but I will have division managers very angry with me if I tell them that we're not going to keep trying. We recently filled our engineering division manager position, which had been open for a really long time. We also recently just filled a principal engineer position that had been open, so I will always have hope. The glass will always be half full, and I know that those engineers do so much important work that I'm not going to give up on them right now.
Okay. Madam Chair, thank you, Director.
Thank you. Councilor Rogers. Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Director Turner. Just a couple questions on your metrics and your measures. I'm interested in the one that's percentage of road rated excellent or good according to pavement condition index. There's nothing for FY25 approved, mid-year, or proposed. Actual for FY23 was 49 roads out of the 46. Is this by lanes? Just want to make sure I'm reading correctly.
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, it's just over the roads generally. And the performance metric is for the percentage. So if you it's not the lane miles, it's the number of roads. And so we look at like the overall, you know, we don't just drive one lane and say, what is this? We look at the overall role and the overall road.
Thank you. So this means in FY23, 49% of the roads we maintain were considered excellent or good.
Correct.
Okay. And then in FY24, it went to 39.8, but nothing for FY25 approved, mid-year, or proposed. What are the goals for percentage-wise for FY26?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers. So this is a tricky one because of when we do our road assessments and the timing of when we're asked to submit these performance measures and when we actually submit them. But I did ask my team in preparation for this evening, and right now we're about 34% in the excellent and good category. That does not take into account all of the street work that we'll be doing this summer and in the fall. And so, so that number I'm hoping will go up. I know for Albuquerque drivers who are frustrated with their roads, that probably doesn't sound good enough, but I can tell you that we are constantly monitoring our roads. Our crews work very, very hard to maintain all 4,600 lane miles of them. And you know, frankly, we're dealing with the increased costs of construction and our contractors that are busy around the state building so much infrastructure with all the money that's come in. And so we deal with both just things cost more than they used to, and we don't have the contractors that we used to. So, so it's unfortunate. It's an unfortunate construction climate right now. But as I said, we're always very responsive. We're out there. We're monitoring the roads. And we have a lot of really exciting road projects coming up that you'll see. We're working on Lomas right now, and we'll be shortly starting some big improvements on Montano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate all of that. I just think we don't shy away from our goals just because the climate's hard. So I think we still need to see, especially that one, that's the one I get a lot of calls on from constituents, is our road conditions and having to, you know, replace tires twice a year. And I think even for our risk management and those tort claims people could file for that, I think yeah, I just want to see us do better there and at least track those goals. And the other one is the number of neighborhood traffic management program request address. So just for the public, that's folks in the community going online onto your form and saying, we have a problem here. It has your FY25 goal for that as 80, but then for your proposed FY26, it's 50. Why the goal decrease?
So Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, speed humps, which are one of our main items on the menu, if you will, for traffic calming, have literally over in the last 3 months gone up from 10,000 a speed hump to 12 to 15,000 a speed hump. So we're just dealing with a really sharp increase. But I can tell you in good news, when we filled this out a few months ago, we had only actually completed 8 projects, but we're already up to 13 projects as of last week, and we just started a few new ones this week. So if you look at the work that we're actually doing versus what we're just studying and designing, we've actually completed considerably more projects this fiscal year already compared to our performance measure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you said year to date for FY25, you've completed how many projects?
As of last week, 13 projects actually completed. So that's the traffic circles, the speed humps, the chicanes, all the different things that we do.
Because in our budget, it says you've completed 25. So I'm just, so maybe, because it shows here mid-year FY25.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
so
Madam
last
Chair.
Year.
Councilor Rogers, so some of the NTMP requests don't result in us actually doing a construction project. We make an eligibility determination, and then if they qualify, then we do further study and design the actual project. So I agree that the metrics are a little misleading, but in terms of things that have actually been constructed, that's where we're at, 13.
Thank you. And Mr. Sarasar pointed out the 8 is the number of projects completed, the 25 is the requests.
Okay. Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, I'll have to look at where we are today in May compared to where we were when we completed this in January, and I can provide an update.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm learning too, so thank you for being patient with me. Last question is just on the number of Vision Zero projects. For my district, Vision Zero is a huge priority, and I'm looking at, again, the progression of your goals, FY23, 13, FY24 down to 4, FY25 down to 4, mid-year now for FY '25, 2, and then projected for FY '26 is only 1. Again, this being a huge pedestrian deaths, a huge goal of mine in my district, since I think have a lot, probably the majority of them for the city. 1, can you talk to me about the reduction in that goal?
Madam Chair, Councillor Rogers, I agree. 1 is way too low, and maybe this was just a, under promise, over deliver, because I have a long list of Vision Zero projects that we are working on right now and that we will continue working on through fiscal year 26. So just a few examples. We just completed, as you know, the work on Louisiana between Gibson and Central to put in the buffered bike lanes, and we'll be continuing with that work with Louisiana Boulevard mid-block crossings. And so that will continue into 2026, and we use Vision Zero funds for that. We're also doing our East Central business access and transit lanes on mid-block crossings, which are going to be 2 mid-block hawk signals at Dorothy and Britt on Central, as well as a road diet for regular vehicles to slow traffic down. We're also doing Lomas and 4th Street intersection safety improvements here downtown. That's one of the most dangerous intersections in the city. And so we'll be improving that as well. And then eventually we'll be working towards our West Central Phase 2 complete streets out in Councillor Sanchez and Councillor Pena's districts. So we'll well exceed that one project committed for fiscal year 26.
Wonderful, thank you. And I know Councillor Grout and I are going to be working on a grant application that you'll help us with for our stretch of Central for the safe streets for all. So we're excited to work with you on that too. Thank you.
Councillor Basant.
Madam Chair, Director, Councillor Champagne was asking about vacancies, and it makes me kind of not necessarily, it's probably not really a question directly for you, but maybe for Mr. Soroso, and I'm going to start with our staff of, every year we ask about vacancies, every year we ask about how long positions have been vacant, how many of them have been vacant. And I guess, so there was a memo that went out on May 1st that indicates that there's been some changes to the hiring for at least the next month. And so it makes me wonder, Mr. Motzko, or to our staff, when was the last time we were able to get an update as to how long each vacant position has been posted to be filled and hired?
Madam Chair, Councilor President Bassan, during the CAO hearings after the budget call, so in February, each department presents to the CAO and they present a list, and we have that list, of each position that has been vacant and for how long those vacancies have been open. So each department.
But that, Mr. Motzko, that's a little different than what I'm asking, because I don't necessarily want to know how long they've been vacant. We know that. Do we know how long they've been posted to be filled and hired, so that people searching for the positions can see, this position has been posted and I could apply for it and it's been on the website for 3 years or 6 months or whatever that is? Do we know?
Sure. Madam Chair, Councilor President Bassan, I apologize for misspeaking and not hearing the question. No, we don't. We would have to defer to the council, the administration.
Thanks. Mr. Soroso, Madam Chair, Mr. Soroso, Mr. Montoya, do we have that info?
Madam Chair, President Bassan, we can get that information. It sounds like you want it sort of by position, like if you're looking for a CFO, how long has that been posted? And that,
right, well, I mean, for example, out of the 60 positions that are vacant, reduce that by the ones that rotate, because I remember learning all of that for whether it's solid waste or DMD or, Parks and Rec for the different tiered positions. So I'm not saying necessarily all of those that have been vacant, because I respect that part, but for the most of all the positions that we have vacant in the city, how do we know how long they've been posted? I mean, if they've been posted for 3 weeks, then sure, maybe that's not filled. If they've been posted for 3 years, maybe that's the question we need to be asking, as far as, do we need to get rid of this position? Do we not? Or Are we needing to post it elsewhere? Do we need to make more advances with that? But I think it would be beneficial for the council to know that the administration is posting these and for how long, so that we can work together on funding those positions.
Madam Chair, President Bassan, we will work with HR to see what kind of data we can come back to you with, and we might have to massage it a bit to make sure we get exactly
Well,
what
don't
you're looking
massage
for.
too much, please.
Well,
But
I say that we might have to work with the data so that we can present it in a manner that fulfills your need and the requirement for decision making.
I mean, and so I guess, because I also think this is maybe something for our staff and moving forward into the next budget season, this is maybe a question that we need to start asking a lot earlier on. I know that we're in the middle of it now, but if there's a way for you all to get to our staff, to get to us, a lot of the important positions that might be, the 3-year ones that have been vacant, like how long have you all posted that? Have we posted it for 3 straight years? Have we not posted it for a while for whatever reasons? But can you, at least for now, can you please try to get us some of them for this budget?
Madam Chair, Council President, we happy to do that.
Okay, that would be great. And then for our staff, can you please add that to our ongoing list of questions for next budget cycles so that we can do this earlier on? So, because I do think it's going to be probably a little bit more tedious than not. So next year I will expect less massaging than this year. Please.
Thank you. Okay, I have just a couple of questions too. In your measures, keeping the environment clean, curb miles swept, you were hoping to, you've only swept 14,336 curb miles, and 40,000 were approved. Can you tell me why these curbs aren't getting swept? I'm concerned for a lot of reasons, but one of them is all that stuff goes down into the sewer and down into where they shouldn't go, into the river. Why aren't our curbs getting swept?
Madam Chair, so I actually dug into the numbers a little bit to see year to year curb miles being swept, and in fiscal year 23 we were up to almost 36,000 curb miles. Fiscal year 2024, we were at 29,925 curb miles, and based on the latest data I have, which again, the performance measures were submitted in January, we're on target to hit about that fiscal year 2024 amount of over 29,000 curb miles. And so we've been relatively static the last 2 years, and there's a number of reasons for that reduction. We've had some equipment go down, and I've learned that fixing a street sweeper is not just like taking the car to the repair shop. It actually it's labor intensive and it takes a little bit of time. And so we've recently purchased some equipment with capital funds to hopefully keep more street sweepers in service. But then we've also had some vacancies in our progressions, and so we have had less personnel to sweep the curbs. But all that said, when we get a request through 311, we have an entire team of street sweepers, which consists of the 2 sweepers and then the dump truck that follows behind to make sure none of the waste goes into the Rio Grande watershed. So we have a team that is specifically targeted at 311 requests. So when we learn there's been a really bad storm or some other issue that's happened, we do have a team available to respond immediately. And I know personally when I've seen issues and emergencies in the road and I call our team, they can go out immediately. And so I know there's a reduction, but our teams are working very hard to sweep and clean as much of the city as they can. I will also add we've made an uptick of cleaning on Central in light of our upcoming centennial celebrations. And with all the folks coming into town, we want to put on our best. So we also have been working on Central as well.
Thank you for that. I will say that this week I did reach out to you because I did see a pothole on my way to work one day, and I texted director, and she said, "We'll get right on that," and I can confirm that they did. It is reported. They usually get out there within the day, and I would say yes. And then also with there was a street that was just hadn't had some attention in a while. And I saw them go out a couple days, this is over in District 6. That day they got out there, and then yesterday morning, I saw the follow-up because it was a mess and they needed a follow-up to get that. So I do appreciate you cleaning that up. That's a good thing. I know that you're shorthanded, and so I do appreciate that. I have a couple more questions. Sidewalk defects repaired, again, under the things that you intend to do. Sidewalks have not had the attention also that we were hoping they would. Number of sidewalk defects repaired, you had planned to do 500, and we only have 148 in mid-year. So why is that down?
Madam Chair, so in good news, we've actually done a lot more sidewalk inspections when we've heard that there are complaints about sidewalks, but our sidewalk repair process does involve working, as you know, with the adjacent landowner, and so that process takes time. And so if we hear there's a sidewalk issue, then we don't go out and spend taxpayer money immediately to fix it. Rather, per ordinance, it's the landowner's responsibility. And so we have a process where we send them a letter and say, we've noticed these violations, and you have 30 days to either get back to us with you'll fix it, or to ask us to fix it. And then we have a follow-up inspection to see if they've carried through. And then if we haven't heard from them, then ultimately we do the repair ourselves with our on-call contractors. And then we send them the bill, or in many cases, property owners decide to do their own. So there is a process where we're trying to be very mindful of not wasting taxpayer money per the ordinance when it's the landowner's responsibility. And sometimes that process just takes time.
I do appreciate that, and I understand. Thanks for laying out how the process by which you do, and I appreciate that. I do know that when somebody falls and trips and then they end up suing the city, that can also cost us money. So, just making sure that, because we want to spend that money wisely. And so I appreciate the process. I know there's every day something happens, and you're doing the very best you can. So I appreciate that. Any other questions, counselors? Counselor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just some of your line of questioning. The street sweepers, are glad to hear that they were in District 6, because the running joke in District 6 is we only see them when you come to park them back at the lot. And so how do you decide which curbs get swept? Is it only 311 requests, or is there like a schedule? Or?
So we actually have, Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, so we actually have two teams, one on the west side and one on the east side, and we've divided the city into different zones that are numbered. And so we send the teams out all around the city. No, it's not just 311 requests. That's only one of our teams. Otherwise, it's our goal to cover the city 3 to 4 times a year. Sometimes, depending on weather and staffing and equipment, we don't meet that goal. But no, it is not just 311 requests. We cover this. We routinely cover the city based on our different zones and with our two teams on either side of the river.
Thank you. One last question. How do you handle it, like in my district, on my state streets where there's people, when you go to sweep, how do you handle people on the curb?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, so we will actually work with the Solid Waste Department and also with ACS and just Clean Cities generally to make sure, because obviously the equipment's very heavy, it's very dangerous, and so we collaborate with our other departments before we go in, so that, again, that we're able to sweep the streets and not causing any issues.
Thank you. I would like to request them on my state streets. Indiana, Wisconsin, you know the streets that we need desperate. It's going to take more than some sweepers, I think, over there. But thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. Thank you. Okay. Okay, let's move on. Okay, our next department is Finance and Administrative Services. Ms. Sandoval.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For Finance and Administrative Services, we have Donna Sandoval as Director. There are 3 other divisions within this department. Sonia Lara is the Director of the Office of Equity and Inclusion. Joseph Lopez is the Deputy Director of the Office of Emergency Management. And Terry Bruner is the Chief of Staff, and he oversees the Metropolitan Redevelopment Agency. Their FY26 proposed general fund budget is $17,125,000 with 110 general fund positions. Their other funds budget is $66,338,000 with 39 positions and 9 grant positions. The general fund has $75,000 non-recurring funding for the Metropolitan Redevelopment Agency's legal services. And it also has $56,000 recurring funding for the 501 Tijeras lease and janitorial services. And Director Sandoval is here for questions.
Madam Chair, Finance and Administration does our best to support all city departments, whether it's through budgeting, procurement, payroll, payments to vendors, compliance with financial reporting. And I'm happy to report that year after year, we win GFOA awards for our budget and our financial reporting on the ACFR. And I stand for questions.
Good evening. Thank you for being here, and congrats for having a good department. That's a good thing.
Thank you.
Councilors, any questions? Councilor Sanchez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question about, there's a question that Council Services asked reference, provide a breakdown of all ARPA funds expected to date, and then you went down and gave us a list. And then as I go down the list, it says drone as first responder. Do you guys handle the drones, or is APD or fire handling the drones? I'm still trying to figure out how that works.
Madam Chair and Councilor Sanchez, part of that ARPA funding has a project with APD, and it is related to drones.
So it's an APD program?
Project, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I have a few questions. Let's see here. Does OEM currently conduct emergency management drills? And what are the costs associated with this?
Hello, Michael Archuleta, Office of Emergency Management Manager. I'm sitting in tonight for Deputy Director Lopez. To answer your question, we do conduct regular drills and training throughout the year to exercise our emergency action plans for different incidents. And we also do that in coordination with our partners, jurisdictional partners, and also federal partners in Sandia Labs and Kirtland Air Force Base.
And what are the costs associated with that?
What we do with those is the costs are built in to the budget. We don't, as a city, we don't take any extra costs whenever we do those exercises because we do them collaboratively. So it doesn't, I can't say it doesn't cost anything, but it's built into what we get for our regular budget.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Okay. Next question is, who is maintaining the public restrooms identified in the administration's presentation, both existing and those to come, from our council meeting on May 5th? And how is that maintenance funded? That's coming out of that question.
Madam Chair, when we opened up that discussion on Monday, we talked about some of the ones that would be maintained by transit. So we had Dave Simon, who has the majority of those bathrooms within parks, but we also have transit that is maintaining the Uptown Portaloo. They will be taking responsibility for the Portaloo near the ATC, and also there's going to be one near the Unser Transit Center. So that'll be transit. There's an additional Portaloo that will be going somewhere near downtown, near the plaza. GSD will take that on. Obviously, if they're located, and when you're looking at that map and looking at that list, you will see that there are many of them that are in parks. That's why Mr. Simon drew the short straw and had to talk to you all. But a lot of those, a large percentage of those are within Parks, and Parks has that within their budget. They're maintaining those now. And we did make a comment that as we continue to add more, particularly along the transit route, I think Director Keener was pretty clear. If we start to add more along the transit route, we will have to look at expanding her teams and, of course, the expenditures for those.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Let me go back to this one. In question number 11, in the questions that we sent you regarding expenses not listed in the FY25 estimated actuals column on the fund table, the department explained that the Local Government Abatement Fund, 201, is a project fund and must wait for accounting to reconcile the FY25 trial balance. How does this project fund differ from the other project funds? And why isn't the trial balance required in the same way from those other funds?
Madam Chair, this project fund actually depends on projects that come through that the departments legislate for. And so this is what we consider one of the reference funds.
One of the what?
Reference funds.
Okay. Okay. In response to question 2 of the budget questions for DFAS, Council asked for the city's approved cost allocation plan. The plan identifies the fiscal year 26 rates for federal grants. Why are the rates different among departments ranging from 15% to 21%?
Madam Chair, the cost allocation process, it actually changed some of the federal regulations changed effective October 2024, that allowed a de minimis rate of up to 15% without a calculation. As part of the cost allocation process, I go through the gathering costs for the most recently closed year, which would be fiscal year 24, and then gathering statistics. If we were not at 15% doing that calculation, I had a default rate of 15% because we were allowed to do that. And some of them were higher, so that's what we left it at with the calculation.
Okay. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, the same question for capital indirect costs. Why would the rates differ from different departments?
There is, Madam Chair, there's only one capital indirect overhead rate for all departments.
What is that?
I'm sorry?
What is that rate?
For, Madam Chair, for fiscal year 26, it is 8%.
Thank you. Okay. In question 5 of the budget questions to MRA, Council asked for a detailed breakdown of MRA's administrative costs for fiscal year 25. MRA responded that for personnel, salaries, and fringe benefits for 6 full-time employees, the cost was $848,692. Please identify the 6 full-time employees by title. Is the Chief of Staff included in the full-time employees count for MRA?
Madam Chair, we did respond to this question earlier, and at the moment in FY25, the Chief of Staff is not a part of the budget of MRA and does not expect to be in 26.
Okay. What are the 6 full-time employees by title?
Okay, so Madam Chair, we have a Deputy Director, we have an Operations Manager, and 3 Project Managers, and a Redevelopment Manager.
Redevelopment?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, did you say FY26 or 25?
2025.
Yeah, and 25, a Redevelopment Manager as well.
Redevelopment Manager. Okay. All right, thank you for those questions, or those answers. All right, I think that's it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, okay. Any other questions? Councillor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry. So I just have a question for MRA. I think it's clear looking at the answers to all of the questions we've asked. There's no activity in District 7 for current projects, projects in the pipeline. There doesn't seem to be anything applicable for the on-call services that are in the budget for District 7. And when asked about funding for other locations that are not on Central Avenue, the answer was that they have over $20,000 for all other things. So I guess I'm just asking, given that there's no funding available for District 7's MR, will there be some staff time allocated to District 7?
Madam Chair, Councillor, we have, trying to find the answers to the questions that you posed, but we have in District 7, we have had projects in the last 2 years, and we anticipate, I mean, we have a project coming up at the next Albuquerque Development Commission meeting. We have a $178,000 valued abatement that will be in District 7. We also anticipate potentially looking into pedestrian improvements in the Manal area plan, and those are just some things off my list here of pipeline-type projects that are happening.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the pedestrian improvements on Manal are paid for by money that I raised, not coming from MR. I don't know anything about an abatement, 170 whatever $1,000 that was, so I would love to be informed about things that are happening in my district. But I'll just stick to my original question, which is, since there doesn't seem to be any funding coming to District 7 besides what I'm raising, will there be staff time allocated to the Manal MR in fiscal year 26?
Madam Chair, Council, absolutely. We'll be investing staff time in that district, and we may have anticipated projects. It depends what we're given in the budget and what we have available in bond funding come the election, and also what we have left in 275, which is our general funds and general fund categories. We often apply that to things like storefront grants, but as you know, we just completed a round of that. The abatement, we just received that application, so that's just been coming in the last 2 weeks on a project we've been working for a couple of years. So we're excited about that one, and we hope that foretells a lot more projects in that district.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Will you please send me some information on that project? Again, I would like to be updated when there are things happening in my district. I'm out here every day working on this Manal MR, and I knew nothing of this, and I don't think that's a really useful way of partnering with the counselor for that district. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Council, let me just say, we intend to send these things to Council when they're complete. So this was an idea for a very long time, just got the application. We have to make sure it's put together and then it is ready for ADC and it's complete. So as soon as we have that, it will be on the ADC agenda, publicly noticed and available.
Thank you for including me in the public notice. I'm asking for more notice than that. I would like to know before the public knows. And if that's something that the administration can possibly do, it would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question about our ARPA funding as well. One of the ones I was particularly tracking is the home renovation dollars. I see that on our list for ARPA. We asked for some metrics from HomeWise specifically about this home renovation program and found they had not spent all their ARPA money. Do we know if they're on track to spend the ARPA money on the home renovation program?
Madam Chair and Councillor Rogers, I don't know that offhand, but I can get back to you with that information.
That would be great, because last update I got, you guys were going to extend the contract rather than finding a provider that would actually service low income, because when we looked at the data here, this contract, and I read it specifically, a program for income eligible homeowners that are in the low to moderate income, and based on that data, they didn't help anybody in the low income, and I can send that to you, that we got a presentation of at this council, one of our council meetings. So, and do you know when all of the ARPA money needs to be spent, Mr. CFO?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, we had to obligate the remaining amounts by the end of December of '24, and I believe we have through the
Yes,
through the end of
we did.
'26?
To expend.
Yes, through the end of '26 to expend.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just looking at the table, we got $108 million for ARPA, 98 million has been spent, so that leaves roughly $9.9 million. And,
Councilor Rogers, that's correct.
okay, and Madam Chair, so we're on track to spend all of that by December of 2026.
Yes.
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, I think if you look at the timeline and the amount of money that we did spend and the small, 9 million to the public is probably not a small number, but when we're talking 100 million, I assure you we are doing our best to get that out the door, and we've been pretty effective overall.
I understand, but I have trust issues, Madam Chair, because I worked for the administration when we were doing rental assistance, and we sent back $8 million of rental assistance funding from the city of Albuquerque. It is not acceptable to send 1 penny back of this money that is like flexible once in a generation funding. Like it's, so yes, great job, but just the people that are suffering in my district, it's not acceptable to send 1 penny of free money back to the federal government. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, oh, Councilor
That's
Champagne.
like 4 times. That's a hint. Like, I don't need to ask these questions.
Councilor Champagne.
I'll be brief, I promise. Madam Chair, question 3 on this thing says, the administrative instruction 2-1 provides that capital overhead rates will be calculated once a year by the Office of Management and Budget. And this being still all pretty new to me, what would cause the capital overhead rate to change more frequently than once a year?
Madam Chair and Councilor Champagne, that administrative instruction that you're referring to, it doesn't limit us to only making that calculation or changing that overhead rate once a year. It says it is updated at least annually. What would cause it to change is, as city controller, I was responsible for the cost allocation, and I kept it with me when I became director. So I went all the way back to 2017 on all open projects to current. That overhead rate was hovering right above 1%. In factoring that calculation, only the administrative costs for municipal development was included. It didn't include any of the finance and administrative staff that are very important to maintaining those financial reporting and making sure we're meeting all the requirements. So I changed the calculation to include a percentage of those areas in finance that also should be included in the time and effort in that calculation.
Okay, Madam Chair, so I'm incorrect when 2-1 states that the rates will be calculated once a year. Those are the words, or they're not the words?
I don't have it exactly in front of me, but we're
'Cause
not
if it states that will be calculated once a year, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, you are correct. It says will be calculated. So we are required to calculate once a year.
Okay.
In this case, we calculated, we set it, and then as the director has explained, she's gone back. She went back historically and looked at those costs. You know, we had the change in the federal overhead rates. So as part of her, due diligence, she went back and did look at indirect overhead. We've talked about that several times at council already. She made decisions to change that. We've talked about that. We're averaging about a 5% this year, which is
understandable.
We're catching up. We've caught up.
But when it says will be calculated once a year, it's pretty specific that it will be calculated once a year. It doesn't leave a lot of suggestions. Because 2.1 also doesn't say nobody will embezzle money, but yet we all know that it's not supposed to be that. So if it says will be calculated once a year, those are pretty much the guidelines. So I'm a little confused by that. But and does the council's fiscal staff receive these notifications before you change the dates or the amounts?
Madam Chair and Councilor Champagne, as part of our distribution to fiscal managers, telling them when the new rates come out or there has been a change, the fiscal manager for council services should be included in that.
Okay. And how was the council staff notified then when that happened? Do you know?
Madam Chair and Councilor Champagne, it should have been by email when we included that to fiscal managers.
Are you able to provide a copy of that email to me, please?
Madam Chair and Councilor Champagne, we can look for that.
Thank you. Madam Chair, the investment interest on the Fund 201 year-to-date was asked, and it's $650,947. And the answer to this was it's that money, which is the $30 million we received for opioid fund, that interest is being reinverted back into the fund. So we're a little over 30 million. That interest is being put right back in, correct?
Madam Chair and Councilor Champagne, as part of our monthly allocation for whatever interest we earn, we do an allocation based on whatever the average daily cash balance in each of those funds. So the answer is yes.
Okay, thank you. So we should be able to see that money, and it falls under the same regulations and stipulations that of how it's spent or where it goes, correct?
Madam Chair and Councilor Champagne, that is correct.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I believe it's only one last question because I know you want me to be quick, but Council received the FY25 quarter two projections just recently, like in April or middle of April sort of thing. Are we expected to see the same sort of, because the second quarter of FY25 ended in December. We received those 3 months later. Are we expecting the same kind of timeline for the third quarter?
Madam Chair and Councilor Champagne, we're going to do our best to get it by the end of May or sooner.
Okay, is there a reason why that it took 3 months for quarter two, but it's only going to take about a month for quarter three?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, to give you a quick update, during our last presentation, we finished finally the implementation of our budget system. We had some reporting components that in the updates for the reporting broke, and me and Kevin right behind me, he's the master of relinking everything for our reports. That was the main reason for the delay, is we had to relink the reports, and as sad as it is to say, this isn't an easy reporting system. It's a lovely system, it works well. Getting reports out of the system isn't the best. So what you should expect next fiscal year for second quarter projections is a lot faster.
Okay, and Madam Chair, that good, because the discrepancy of 3 months later and then all of a sudden it's a month and a half is kind of odd. That being part of our job is the fiscal part, we would need that information because that means the fourth quarter of the year would be already into the next one and very hard to project or, kind of do our job for that. So, thank you.
Thank you. I want to just follow up that we were told that we'd have it within 6 weeks, and so 6 weeks will be next week. And in the answers also, it says mid-May, and so again, that's next week. And we really do need it to help us do the best job, and I'd really like for that to happen. We could work together. Councilor Bassan.
Madam Chair, two things. One is just to clarify on the question number 3 that Councilor Champagne was talking about with the capital overhead rates being calculated once a year. I'm understanding this to mean that, yes, there's a requirement to calculate it once a year, and you did. And you might have done a little bit more once you found something else. It's not that it was less than that. So I guess I just am putting that out there because I wasn't sure. From what I was hearing you say, it almost sounded like they might not have done it, but I think you did do it at least the one time plus a little more this time.
Madam Chair and President Bassan, that is correct.
Okay. and I might not have understood maybe what Councilor Champagne was saying, but I wanted to make sure to clarify it from you too. Okay, and then Madam Chair, if I may take a little personal privilege on going back to the vacancy thing. I've been sitting here thinking about what I'm passionate about and what in the last couple of years I've been trying to work on when it comes to filling certain vacant positions to get the needs done. From a lot of the constituent calls that have come in that I don't think we've made a lot of headway, and I'm not pointing fingers, I'm not doing any of that, but can I please help you with your massaging of figuring out these numbers? Can you please prioritize getting the following departments to us first? This is where I feel like we've talked about as budget chair the last couple of years and just hearing the needs. Senior affairs, planning, because I know that there's planners, engineers, code enforcement, like that's a big thing all the time. Parks and Rec, we're always hearing that we need more, even though I got a little cranky the other day, but Parks and Rec still needs it. The IG's office is seemingly, it's been a constant thing that we've had issues with. And then transit, we've been talking about motor coach drivers and how we need more and more of that. So can we get, for all of the vacant positions in those departments, at least, I mean, the other counselors want to add on some requests, but for me, that would be lovely. If we can get for the vacant positions in those departments, how long those positions have been posted, or if they're not posted, when was the last time and how long they were posted? Can we get some posting information just to put our minds at ease about, we're doing everything we can, or do we need to help figure out funding to reach out further in the nation to whatever we need? I mean, if that makes sense.
Council Chair, President Bassan, let me apologize for using the word massage, first of all, for the data. There are certain words that are taboo for accountants: massage, taboo, or massage, slush fund, etc. So I apologize for using that word. I will not use it again. But I've been in communication with Ian Stoker, our HR director, who is here tonight also to present, and he is already thinking and communicating with his team on this particular issue.
Awesome. And yeah, again, if we can, Madam Chair, just focus on those 5. I counted 29 tabs in my budget book, so I feel like 5 seems to be a little bit reasonable to ask for in the next couple of weeks or the next week or whatever we need to do to at least start with those numbers. That would be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to go back to the indirect costs because I'm trying to learn, and I think this is important for the public. So just for those watching, federal indirect costs or rates, right, are negotiated rates with federal agencies. The federal agencies agree to reimburse us, the city, for overhead costs. I have that right?
Madam Chair and Councilor Rogers, the city is not under a negotiated rate. It's a central service cost rate. We fall below the $35 million threshold. So we have a cognizant agency. It's either, last year it was HUD, now it's FTA. We submit it to them. They're not required to give us an approval. We just keep it on file, calculations if they want to audit or have any questions for us.
Thank you. And that's important because we heard that this was set by the federal government because you guys started off with, they give us the limits, the ranges that we could use. Is that correct?
Madam Chair and Councilor Rogers, related to our grants, yes.
Okay, so we don't have any federal agreement, like a cost rate agreement, so we calculate our own. Now, I think for me, I'm so confused because on the list that you gave us about each department's indirect costs, you said the average is 5% norm of what we've averaged is 5%. You said the rate was 8%. But I look across the departments, environmental health is 20.9%, family and community services 15, should be youth and families, police 15, senior affairs, transit 15, parks and rec at 18, planning 19, municipal 21.8, and then all the rest are 15. But you said 8, and then the average is 5, so I'm really confused.
Madam Chair and Councilor Rogers, you're talking about that table that you're looking at is indirect rates that we can charge for our grants. The 5% and 8% we were talking about is capital projects. That's something different.
Okay, great, thank you.
And that's not sent into any federal agency. That's just internal.
Thank you. I knew I was confused. I'm sorry. If I am, people watching who don't know what this is are confused too. So what is the difference of rates on these for this particular funding? Why is there a difference in the indirect cost rates by department?
So we go through the calculation of figuring out what the rate is. And if it was not 15%, which was changed in the federal regulations, saying we can do that without a calculation and charge up to 15%, we changed it to 15%. If it was more than 15%, that's the percentage that we used.
And Madam Chair and Councilor Rogers, so what the director is saying, we have a 15% federal rate that is our default rate that we're allowed to charge on federal grants for overhead for the cost to administer the grant. And then some of our departments have additional costs. So she has gone and done the work to calculate that work that will be the document that supports a higher rate. So some of those departments that have a higher rate than the standard or the allowable de minimis 15%, she has done a calculation for, and she has submitted that to FTA, and they hold it in their records, and they can audit that. But again, we're not on a, we don't enter into an agreement with any of those agencies. We are just allowed to send them our calculations for some of our departments that might be higher than that 15%. And then unless they respond to us and say absolutely no, then we charge those higher rates.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that explanation. It helps me a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one final question. Director, can you tell us when Council Services will have access to the new budgeting software, the UNA?
Madam Chair, we're hoping soon, within the next, within probably the next 6 months. What we need to do is now that we're finished implementation, we need to deal with the security side. So we need to set up different users in different departments, and our hope is to give everybody access, not just council staff, department directors, executive staff also.
Okay, thank you.
We just need to deal with the security end now.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much. Let's move on to planning. Director Ellen Varela.
Alrighty, thank you, Madam Chair. Planning Department, Director Alan Varela. FY26 proposed general fund budget, 23.6 million, 198 general fund positions. Highlights include 300,000 non-recurring funding to support property abatement, 103,000 for full-time code enforcement officer position specified in R25-120, 621,000 for trades like plumbing, electrical, HVAC classification wage adjustments in the building safety division to remain competitive with our peers, and finally 99,000 for certified building official specialty pay per the memorandum of understanding. And with that, Madam Chair, Director Varela is here to answer questions.
Good evening, Director.
Madam Chair, good evening, councilors. Thank you for being here. I appreciate the hard work that all of you have to do. And I did have a longer presentation regarding the department and all the complexities of it, but I think that I just want to say that, as you all know, being a regulatory department with a lot of very serious responsibilities is no easy task for our employees. I'm very proud of the work that all of them do, and they're all dedicated public servants. I have some of them with me here today to help answer detailed questions if I don't have those answers. We'll do our very best. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Councilors, any questions? Councilor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, there are, I'm just trying to remember this, but I think that you have two positions that are liaisons. And again, hopefully you know what I'm talking about, with planning and permitting. I think they were intended to help with that process. Can you help me out? I mean,
and Madam Chair and Councilor Lewis, we have two positions that are navigator positions.
Or what?
Navigator.
Navigator,
positions.
that's right. That was
That's right. We created those approximately a year and a half ago, and their primary function is working with the Development Services Division to help people with complicated questions when they're coming in to get a subdivision approved or a large replat on large projects. And so they've been involved over there. We do know that it takes a long time to get a new development, especially if there's a rezone involved, approved in the city of Albuquerque. And it takes a long time most places, but here that can be quite complicated, particularly when we have out-of-state developers who come in and they're used to doing something someplace else with fewer rules, and they need a lot of guidance to get through the process. So the navigators help out in that regard mainly.
Yep, Madam Chair, and so that's their job. Their whole job is then to help speed up the process, help, and also work with the water authority too, correct?
And
obviously that's part of, I mean, I guess all agencies and everybody that's part of the process, development process or the permitting process, then they would, I mean, is there a goal to help speed up that process or at least to help it meet the expected standard, which is, I think, about 90 days, correct?
And Madam Chair and Councilor Lewis, yes, you're correct. Their entire job is to help people get through the process.
Okay.
And by advising people regarding the requirements, then it prevents snags from occurring later, or at least reduces that opportunity to happen, and that results in speeding up the process.
In a year and a half, do you have anything that just reveals that those positions are working? I mean, that it's helping? I mean, are we seeing I mean, are you getting feedback that things are going quicker? Are you seeing the data that says, hey, this was important, it's working, and here's why?
And Madam Chair and Councilor Lewis, I do have feedback. It's been mainly from small mom and pop type developers who have never been through the process at all. And they appreciate having somebody there who can speak at their level and guide them through the process. The more sophisticated, larger projects we've found actually have professional agents that they've hired, architects and big planning firms, and they utilize those services much less than we thought they would be.
Madam Chair, and Director, I mean, if that's the case, could we use more? I mean, maybe they've been able to help out smaller businesses. That's awesome. Do we need more? Do we need to formalize that some more? I mean, with a group that has a culture of making things happen. I mean, really helping and making things happen and getting people through the process. I mean, if it's successful, would we want to grow that navigator division, I guess, if you'd say it that way?
And Madam Chair and Councilor Lewis, in a world with unlimited resources, yes, of course. In a world with limited resources and taxpayer dollars at stake, I could probably identify other areas where I would add staff to first.
Madam Chair, and it just so happens that the City of Albuquerque city government has almost unlimited resources right now, to the tune of, we could staff 25 PIOs. We could double the amount of the mayor's staff and unclassified positions. We just have a massive amount of money. And I think this is the time where we come with big visions, I mean, a big vision for these departments of how we could really serve the people of Albuquerque even better. I know the people above you tell you how much money you can get, Director, and so I'm saying this really to the mayor and his administration, that those are the kind of things that I'd like to see. I mean, I'd like to see a big vision, and if it's new positions, the kind of positions that are really helping serve the people of Albuquerque. And that's the type of position that I think, at least for me, I think it should for everybody. If you have success in some of those areas, see things happen and develop in our city, and growth and economic development and people investing in our city. I mean, that's right at the heart of where our revenue comes from. It's right at the heart of quality of life in our city. And so I'd love to see some of those kind of big visions for things like that. And some of the areas where we seem to have an unlimited amount of money, in so many other areas. You know, I mean, we had to increase like what millions of dollars in increase in spending this year. So I would say flat out that we do have, and we act like we have an unlimited amount of money in the city, of the people's money, of taxpayer money, and we spend it like we have an unlimited amount of money. You know, I'd like to see, and I'm picking on you, Director, because I'm using this as an example, but I do think it's a great example of the kind of things we should have a big vision for and fund. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Lewis. Any other questions? Councilor Feeble-Corn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director, for being here. On your slide, it mentioned R120. I'm very excited about. We've got the funding in there for the new code enforcement officer. Can you just give us a little bit of insight into when that will be posted? Because in the budget, it's for a full year, and so it would be really great if that person was starting on like July 1st.
And Madam Chair and Councilor, thank you for that question, and especially thank you for helping us get that additional very important position. You're going to be a professional who focuses entirely on helping renters get out of substandard housing situations by making landlords do what they're supposed to be doing under the law. The position is now being created over, we are ahead of the ball game here. The position is now being created over at Central HR. We expect it to be fully created and pass through the process for posting by the end of the month here. And then we will post it during the month of June. And we do feel that we have some very eager and talented internal people who are code enforcement specialists who have already expressed interest. And we do know that we are also now an attractive magnet for employees from other departments. We've become that over the last couple of years. And so we have no doubt that we will get a lot of applicants during the month of June, and then hopefully be able to fill that thing and get, hit the ground running very beginning of July.
Thank you. Thank you for taking that resolution seriously, really starting to work on that. I think that position is vital for the well-being of citizens of Albuquerque, and I really appreciate your fast movement on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director Varela, for being here. I just have a question on, just a clarifying question on the slide here. It said 300,000 was for property abatement, but on our document it says 300,000 for one-time board ups for the ADAPT. Are those two different pots of money? 300,000 for ADAPT board ups, and then another 300,000 for property abatement?
And Madam Chair and Councilor Rogers, the board up money actually passes through the planning department and goes over to solid waste.
Oh, solid waste, okay.
Yes, yes. And then the abatement money, and I'm not sure if it's that exact same amount that you're talking about, it's approximately that amount, does stay with the planning department, and that is for demolitions that are performed by the city at the expense of the city.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And question, how much do you think we spent on property abatements now, like recently?
And Madam Chair and Councilor Rogers, we spent approximately $292,000 this current fiscal year on demolitions done by the city. And the majority of demolitions were able to persuade the property owners to do themselves, because in the private sector, it is less expensive to contract than it is in the government sector.
Thank you. Madam Chair, the reason I ask that is because there's a property in my district that has been demolished by the city, but we ran out of money to actually take the rubble away. And so I would like to know, is 300,000 really enough? Because I don't want to see that in my district where we just don't have the money to pick up the rubble from when we did the work to, because it's on Central and it's just sitting there. And I was told we can't do anything about it until our new fiscal year because we're out of money, and I'll pay for it. I just don't want the rubble there.
And Madam Chair and Councilor Rogers, send me an email with the address. I think I know which one you're talking about, and we will figure out how to get that hauled away.
Thank you, Madam Chair. But I'm asking just because I know your department's great. We work really well together in getting these things done, and I really appreciate that. But I think the point is, I think we might need more than $300,000 to get us through, so we don't have that happen next year. So thank you. I'll take that into consideration with the chair. Thank you.
Councilor Basant.
Madam Chair, the two departments I think that I have been emailing the most lately is DTI and code enforcement. So though I wasn't really going to ask anything, but when you were talking to Counselor Feeblecorn about the new position, and you said you have some active interest with your code enforcement, like now, please don't take from that to fill this, because I promise you I bug your department, your division. I mean, you too. Like, Madam Chair, Madam Chair, these two are making a deal over here. I'm just saying, hire somebody, please. Please, because I can promise you, I can't imagine that my emails are gonna let up when it comes to code enforcement, and it is important. But at the same time, just please hire another one instead of just shift people around, because you need more code enforcement planners, engineers to make so many of my emails go away, which are constituents asking for help. So I just want to please, admin, don't make him shuffle one to the other. Let him get another one, please.
Okay. Excuse me, I agree 100% with everything she said. We love your department. and we need whatever, we just need it to be funded and staffed to do the work in the city. I know that people see it directly, and we do appreciate everything you do. I do have a few questions for you. How many liens did planning place on properties this past fiscal year, and how many were recovered?
And Madam Chair, I do have that information for you. I've got the exact answer. As a matter of fact, early this afternoon, and Madam Chair, so far in fiscal year 25, the current fiscal year, we have placed a total of 370 liens. And so far this fiscal year, we're recovered funding from 400 liens. And the reason that there are more recoveries than there are liens imposed is because liens are not always collected the same year that they're imposed.
Makes sense. Thank you. Thanks for that information. Okay, this is a little long one. The department stated that the one-stop shop is projected to be 1.75 million over budget in fiscal year 25 due to the cost of the Tyler Tech contract, which was intended to be paid over 3 years in $1.4 million installments. The department claims that the overspending is due to the third year not being reappropriated. However, City Council passed EC 23222, which explicitly outlined the multi-year cost and required annual appropriations. Additionally, the funding estimated in EC 23222 is significantly less than the department now claims is needed. Why did the department not include the third year funding in its fiscal year budget request? And what accounts for the discrepancy between the original estimate and the current cost?
And Madam Chair, thank you. That's a very good question, and we spent some time researching that. And I also brought my fiscal manager, Debbie Dombrowski, in case we have more detailed areas we need to explore that I can't answer. But the total original amount approved in EC 23-222 was $1.453 and $300 million. Excuse me, $1.453 million for implementation of this multi-year project. It's a 3-year project, plus recurring costs of $350,000 spread over the 5-year lifespan of the project, licensing, et cetera, plus $90,000 for vendor-related travel, which is built into the project. This was, as we know, was a gigantic project. We transferred 4 terabytes, which is approximately 320 million Word document type pages of data from Posse into the new system. Now, a lot of that was data intensive because it's plans and drawings, et cetera, and specs and codes and such. The funds expended on the project to date have not exceeded the approved amount. The planning department did request that DFS reappropriate the remaining unencumbered balance, because at the end of each fiscal year, you haven't spent it all yet. So it stays in the pot, and then we ask that it be encumbered and then given to us in our subsequent year budget. We asked for that in '25. It had occurred in '23 and '24. The request was not granted this past year. And so we identified ways to cover the necessary costs through our savings that we're able to do through prudent management of our budget.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that, looking into that. How much is, okay, we already did that one. How much planning staff is spent on joint operations with APD, including director's time and time spent on TV interviews? What is the cost associated with this time?
And Madam Chair, thank you for that question. Code enforcement actually does not conduct any joint operations with APD. APD is a separate level of enforcement entirely. However, APD did provide security at our request for the code enforcement operations that resulted in the closure of 6 substandard hotels. I, as the director, have not conducted any TV interviews. I don't do those, and I certainly haven't done any with APD. However, we did attend press conferences after those demolitions. Those press conferences are arranged and the attendees are determined by the Central Communications Division up in the Office of the Mayor. And at the press conference would be APD, usually myself or somebody else from Code Enforcement, ACS, AFR, and Triple H, and Solid Waste as well, because we're the main groups that work together. The civilian groups support us in the operation. APD is only there at our request in case something looks like it's exceedingly dangerous.
Thank you for that. And then one final question I have. Has planning considered an MOU with New Mexico RLD for commercial development like Las Cruces to reduce the use of third-party contractors?
And Madam Chair, thank you for that question. Upon receipt of that, I contacted Regulation and Licensing Department for the state of New Mexico, and I spoke with the Construction Industry Division's director to ask him what they were doing in Las Cruces. And he clarified that they had not done any third-party contracting or anything of that type with Las Cruces. They had loaned Las Cruces some inspectors to inspect construction projects.
Okay.
And here in Albuquerque, 99% of our inspections are conducted the next day, except for electrical, because as you recall from our saga last year, our salaries had fallen so far below the comps, which is other governmental agencies primarily in the region. We went to a 50% vacancy rate for electrical inspectors. We did an emergency salary study at the suggestion of City Council, and we identified funds and we increased all those. And so we are now, I'm really happy to say, I'm super relieved, staffed with 9 out of 10 electrical inspectors. 3 of them are still taking their national tests. They've completed their state certifications, but we have now 6 in the field. We should have 9 in the field, hopefully within about 30 days. And that leaves us with 1 vacant position, and we're actively recruiting for that. So I expect to have that team back up to next day inspections within the next 60 days. They went down from a terrible, stressful 5-week wait where people are yelling at them and very unhappy to see them because it took too darn long, to now we're down to about 5 days wait time. But it needs to be 1 business day.
That's very, very good news.
Yes, and we had made an effort to see if RLD, if Regulation and Licensing would amend the state law that prevents you from contracting with third-party inspectors, and that had no success. They have too many concerns about safety and standards dropping.
Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you for looking into that. I appreciate that. Counselors, any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Director, very much. Thank you for what your department does, some hard work, and we appreciate everything that you do for us.
And thank you again, everybody.
Yeah.
Good night.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 25-minute break. We'll be back at 8:05, and I think our last few won't take too long. So we'll see you at 8:05. break. We're back from our dinner break. And we are going to move on to solid waste.
Madam Chair, we have solid waste, operating budget of 92,542 positions. Risk assessments related to workers' compensation, tort, and recovery decreased by 147,000. And we have our director, William Gallegos.
I don't either. Good evening.
Madam Chair, Council, Director Billy Gallegos couldn't be here, so we're going to be filling in. My name is Angel Urrutia. I'm the Deputy Director. This is Lawrence Maldonado, Deputy Director. We have Angelo Gallegos, our Associate Director, Stephanie Manzanares, our Fiscal Manager, and Antonio Corrales. We're collectively going to do our best to answer your questions, but if I could take a moment to recognize our 542 employees. We're extremely proud of the work they do. They help contribute to a 7-day operation. We service over 180,000 residential accounts, over 12,000 commercial accounts. They help implement beautification efforts throughout the city, help maintain our city. So I just want to take a moment to recognize how proud we are of our employees at Solid Waste. And we'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Deputy. Appreciate you. We were thinking, you look different. We were
Yes.
thinking Billy Gallegos looks different.
Mr.
But you
Gallegos
look
got
a lot
extra
like
handsome
him.
today, so there we go.
A nice suit. We're glad you're here. Thank you for being here. Councilors, any questions? Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a quick question on the event breakdown that you sent. I know that we handle solid waste for a lot of events, but one that kind of struck me as strange is that we are handling some sort of cleaning for the New Mexico State Fair, which is on state land and paid for by the state and doesn't follow any of our local ordinances. So can you tell us what that is? Are we just picking up things that are already in dumpsters, or are we actually providing services to the state fair?
So, Madam Chair, Councilor Feeblecorn, during the state fair, there's actually a couple services that are provided. None of our processes change, whether before or after the state fair. Our Clean Cities crew continues to monitor that area. Due to high traffic, there's an uptick in 311 calls and litter requests and stuff like that based off of the traffic. So we're in the area more frequent, no more because of the increase of traffic during the state fair. The state fair does have a separate, the direct cost directly correlated to the state fair, that is billed separately. So anything that's actually with the state fair, we charge them. But as far as the geographical areas around, that's just us maintaining service for our constituents.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's really helpful. So there's an actual cost to the city of Albuquerque in terms of maintaining that general area because of the state fair beyond what the state fair is doing.
Madam Chair, Council Feeblecorn, not necessarily. It's just the increase of traffic of any event. Wherever there's gathering, there tends to be more solid waste services required, and it's not necessarily correlated with the state fair per se, but it's more for increased traffic.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilors, any other questions? Councilor Sanchez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, thanks for being here. One of the things that I had is one of my questions was just in reference to actually the convenience centers. And one of the things that is particularly the convenience center that is on the west side, and it's right in Councilor Pena's district, but also right next to my district. And what I'm looking at is just how much revenue do we generate at the convenience centers right now, charging $5.25 per load? What's that revenue?
So, Madam Chair, Councilor Sanchez, that could vary depending on how many people we have visit the centers. It's a flat fee of $5 for every resident that comes, unless it's a load or more. So we charge by the load, which is 2 by 4 by 8 feet, basically a truckload. So the revenue, I can't say it's set. I could get you a number if you'd like, and like for 24, 25 currently, but it varies. It's all depending on visitors that visit the convenience centers.
So you don't have that number right now?
Not currently.
How much it costs?
Not currently,
Any
and
kind of
I wouldn't want to give you an
figure?
estimation that would be wrong.
The reason why I'm wondering is because I just wanted to see what the amount was. Because right now, when somebody goes into a convenience center and maybe they don't have the money, they didn't realize they needed to pay, or their load's not the load that they need to be taking there and they get redirected, or they're not tarped, or if they get turned away for any reason, guess where that load goes? Goes right across the street into the mesa. And if you Google that mesa and you do a Google Earth and you look right across from the convenience center and you look at the trash that's dumped in that mesa right across the street from the convenience center, then you would be wondering, why are we even charging to actually accept any kind of refuse? Because there is more there than I think there is at the landfill. So I just was curious as to how much money we earn at all the convenience centers, just to make sure that maybe there's a way that we could eliminate some sort of fee or charge for those convenience centers so that we can make sure that people don't find an alternate location other than where it's supposed to be dumped.
Mr. Whalen?
Madam Chair and Councilor Sanchez, the fee that we do charge, the $5, is very minimal in relation to the cost of what an actual load costs. So one actual load that we charge $5 for actually costs the department $23. So they offset it by 5, which means they subsidize $17, which is very, very cheap. 2 loads, you would just double those numbers. So the cost that we have currently is very minimal to the residents that we charge, and we do try and help them as much as possible.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, I have just a few. Let's see. How many employees currently work on the Clean Cities team?
Madam Chair, councilors, currently we have 100 employees, and we also have 26 that fall under the Clean Cities umbrella that are part of the encampment crew. So 126.
Okay, thank you. What is the department doing for illegal dumping, especially found on the West Mesa? What are you guys doing with that? I know you kind of answered, or he discussed it, but what are we doing to clean that up?
Madam Chair, our Clean Cities division does have a dedicated driver that handles directly illegal dumping. We patrol the area as frequent as we can, but we do have a dedicated resource that is set for illegal dumping.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. We also work in conjunction with the county to help keep illegal dumping under control. We have a tire amnesty program, and that helps keep tires from being thrown on the mesa. So we do work with other people to keep this under control.
What would it take to allow construction materials at different sites?
Madam Chair, councilors, right now it's not within our operations permit to take construction material. What it would take, it would have to be a full modification of our permit. But currently, through the state permit, we do not accept construction material at any of our facilities.
So this is something I didn't, where do people take it?
Madam Chair, councilors, it's kind of hard to determine where they take it, but like I said, currently we just have to adhere to our permit and what we're allowed to take.
Mr. Whalen?
Madam Chair, there is a landfill down on Pajarito that does accept construction debris, and they are permitted for it, and they are one of the biggest ones that are permitted to accept it.
And where is that?
It's off of Broadway, near going down Broadway in the south.
Okay, all right. And I'm sure that the developers and the people that are in this industry know that, right? Okay, thank you. I continue to be amazed at the solid waste department. I think that you guys do a great job to think about every week you come and pick up our trash every day, or every week, and you're doing the whole city, and it's quite organized and it's impressive for the most part. But I have noticed just this year alone, in the last 3 months. My trash personally in my street has been missed at least 3 times. And then at our business, which is in a different part of town, the trash, commercial construction, trash has been missed 2 times. And that's unusual because usually it's very reliable. And I know it's, you know, on my street, I've had a lot of people, it's not just my home, it's an area. Why are we having problems right now?
Great question, Madam Chair, councilors. A lot of it is we have novice drivers and we're expanding our training efforts. We have some opportunities to develop our new drivers. We have our supervisors that are currently auditing all our routes to make it easier for our extra board drivers and our new hires to be able to have a full understanding of the route. I can assure you it's not done intentionally, but they, you know, we recognize the opportunity and we have initiated numerous steps to offer a more efficient way to provide service. And through our expanded training, I believe that you should be seeing a positive impact fairly soon.
That's good, thank you. And I know it's not intentional.
No.
Because it is, you guys, it's amazing. It's like clockwork, you know, how it's very well done. And so when it happened more than once, it's unusual.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the disconnect? So I hope you figure it all out and we get back to normal as far as that goes. Any, Councilor Pena?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask solid waste, you know, we're talking about Don, thanks for your questions, Councilor Sanchez. Back to Don Reservoir, just wanted to follow up on, I know we were looking at kind of redoing that. It's probably one of the most used. It's the only convenience center in the west side of Albuquerque. We're looking at remodeling it and partnering with the Water Authority to kind of do all those things that I know you know about, Director Whalen, and then obviously Billy's not here, so I'm like, anyway, so can you kind of just give me an update on where we're at with that?
Madam Chair, Councilor Pena, we're always evaluating that site because of how much it's used. And I know in the past we've talked about expanding it, and that's still something that we're interested in doing. We just have to continue to look at where we can get funding for some capital projects and what we can do that's available to it. I know we did add the trailer that you helped us get, but we are continuing to look at that area as well as possibly looking at other areas on the west side.
Councilor Rogers?
Madam Chair, yeah, so we're trying to plan to kind of consolidate that whole area just so that maybe other councilors can get a visual. We have a huge city campus on the west side of Albuquerque. And one of the projects that I have going is that we really need to look at how do we invest in that area and kind of transform it. In that general area, we have the Don Reservoir, we have the animal shelter, then we have the emergency response, we have the fire training. So we have so many city facilities there that I really hope that, you know, the solid waste department can kind of look at that and collaborate with the rest of them so that we can really develop that into a really unique place on the west side that consolidates some city services. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a question. We asked a question about the Duke City ambassadors, and I know we've talked a lot about getting coverage further up Central. It says here that your program is fully funded, so I imagine that that's for the current map that we have, the Duke City ambassadors. And it says, department says they could increase service and enhance capacity if awarded more funds. And so I've asked this continually to make sure we have Duke City ambassadors in my district, not just in Nob Hill in my district, but further up. What amount of funding would you need to increase the Duke City ambassadors into that part of Central?
That's a great question, Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers. We currently have them going through your area. They're going on the ARC corridor area. So just the other day, I seen them in your area cleaning up along the sidewalks, and they clean where the buses stop. So they are in that area actively cleaning.
Correct. Thank you, Madam Chair. I did get a map, but Nob Hill is where they're at. So I'm
No, ma'am. They are in Nob Hill as well, but they currently go from, where is it here? Louisiana to Unser, the turnaround at the transit station. They go to the Allison turnaround, and then they clean the sidewalks and the curb lines. So they do stop through your area. Where the bus stops, they hit this area.
Thank you for that. I haven't seen them on Louisiana, so it's good to hear you've extended that. Can you send me an updated map to show where that is? Because the map that I'm looking at that I received just a couple months ago doesn't have that included in there. And ART, sadly, wasn't extended all the way down. So is it only going to be at the ART stations?
For right now, it's where the buses stop, and we reevaluate things as they're brought to our attention.
Thank you very much. I also met with, and I think this is for Mr. Whelan, we had a wonderful meeting about needs in my district, and we talked about I think the correct term is a vector truck, but I like to call it a sucker-upper truck for trash. And I was waiting to get some information from your department about how we can utilize those in solid waste and not just environmental health, and Parks and Rec to get the leaves out of the gutters. How can we use these for my state streets and all the trash that we have there? I have not received any update or any quotes, so we can take that in consideration for the budget.
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, we have evaluated some litter type trucks that pick up. Right now, we're exploring some possibilities at our landfill for all the wind that takes up against the fence line. So that is something, we're in the infancy of looking at it, but we have identified a few trucks that may be possible to work with. But the research we've done so far, we want to see something that would be able to complement exactly what you just stated.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when can I expect that? Because I asked for, and again, I'm going to direct this to Mr. Whelan because he was in that meeting. I think you were there too on Zoom. So, and I think some of the other team members that were there too. I asked, I think we met like 3 months ago about this already. So I just want to know when we can expect a price tag for something like that.
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, I'd have to deflect that to the members of the department, but I do remember that, and we did talk about looking at them, and they're looking at not only those types of trucks, but even a different type of truck, and they're going to have to look at what they would cost and what would be best effective for your street.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Bassan.
Madam Chair, I know that I've had some emails go back with the director and back and forth about some constituent requests, but I just want to take the opportunity to make sure to circle back. And when we get an update, I know that there's some progress on it, and you don't fully, it seems what I was told, that we don't have a full analysis and finalized situation when it comes to the recycling contract. But if we can get an update, I think probably all of us would be interested. I know that's been something in the works, and we've had discussions about it. That would be lovely.
Madam Chair, Councilor Bassan, as soon as we can, we'll give you an update.
That would be great. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much
Thank
for what you do. Okay, our next department is Technology and Innovation, Director Mark Leach.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Technology and Innovation, Director Mark Leach, with the FY26 proposed general fund budget of 18.3 million, 129 general fund positions. We have also the equipment replacement fund at 500,000 with 0 positions in there, and the communications fund 13.1 with 17 positions. Highlights include the proposed general fund budget includes 333,000 in non-recurring funding for continued support of various IT services. The equipment replacement fund includes 500,000 for the PC refresh program, and finally, the communications fund includes 786,000 for the Microsoft Exchange costs and 461,000 for the installation of Cradle Point technology. And with that, Madam Chair, Director Leach is here to answer any questions.
Good evening, Director. Thank you
Council
for
Chair.
being here.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Standing behind me today, or rather sitting behind me today, I'm very proud to have a very strong leadership team. I've got Takasha McConnell, who's Deputy Director for Applications. I've also got Duran Hollycross, who deals with the infrastructure side of the House. And it's thanks to them that the DTI has been able to make such progress over the past year. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Councilors, any questions? I just have one question. What grant funding did we lose and why? Due to the loss of grant funding, 6 positions for marketing will be moved from the operating grant fund to the transit operating fund 661 at a cost of $558,000.
That's not us.
Oh, that's transit, sorry. We'll get there in a minute.
Good answer.
We'll get there in a minute. Sorry. Deflect, yes, it's all good. So, very good, very good. Thank you. All right, I guess we don't have any questions for you. Yay, you get to go home.
All right, great. Thank you very much. If I was here at 12, Madam Chair, just to let you know, if the clock strikes 12, I turn into a pumpkin. So.
We're going to be out of here long before that. Sorry. Oh, yes. So I have that one here. All right, guess what? Transit is up. Director Leslie Keener.
Thank you, Madam
There she
Chair.
is. I have a question for you.
Okay, we have transit with Director Leslie Keener. The FY26 proposed operating budget is $67,901,000 with 540 positions, 30.1 million $30.1 million recurring support from the general fund to support the operations of the department, and $1.7 million of budget savings from fuels and lubricants will be used to increase contractual services for bus security. And Director Keener is here for questions.
Good evening. How are
Good
you?
evening, Madam Chair and councilors. Thank you for the opportunity today to answer some questions about the transit department. I have with me today Associate Director Chris Payton. He's over our facility, vehicle maintenance, and finance teams.
Very good. So you know the first question?
Wasn't actually listening, but go ahead.
What grant funding did we lose and why for 6 positions?
Madam Chair, yes, so we did lose 6 positions for our marketing team. That was the TDM grant that we actually had known for a little bit of time here that we were going to be losing that grant.
Is that a grant that we have, is it like, tell me about that grant. Why didn't we get it? Did we apply for it?
Madam Chair, let me find it.
Because I think grants are awesome.
There we go. Oh, here we go. Oh, here we go. Sorry about that. Apologies. Yes, Madam Chair. So, and this was along with Rio Metro as well. So we both were receiving this grant funding that was coming from the state. It was the Travel Demand Management Program funding from the Federal Highway Administration, and that was under the CMAQ funds that we'd been receiving since 2009. About 4 years ago is when we found out that those funds would be running out, and at that time, my understanding is that we did make a lobby to the state to keep those funds, and were denied at that time. The funding does support our marketing team, and we've got 6 positions that are very much responsible for ensuring that all of our campaigns go out. One of them would be a human trafficking campaign that you all had supported, our CSAY app, as well as our transit app, all the promotions there. They also do a lot of transit training, so they're out doing tabling events, they're out doing social media, all those videos that go up. They're responsible for all of that work. We do have 3 marketing outreach coordinators. We have a graphic artist. We have a marketing manager as well. We also have, I think it's the only in-house print shop within the city of Albuquerque. So, and some of you have used it. I see Councilor Rogers smiling over there. So we have a full in-house print shop as well that's associated with those positions. All 6 of those are filled, and so that's the reason for us continuing to fund those within this budget.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. I appreciate that. Okay, what resources are needed to keep Albuquerque Ride from cutting the Gibson route? The route is a critical resource for supporting transit-dependent community members' access to their services.
Madam Chair, so I think this question is in reference to the network study, which we have a proposal in there to where that route just does change substantially. So right now, the current Route 16, which is our Broadway University Gibson, it costs about $2,050,000 to operate annually. And that's based on the current service level on the route. We currently use 3 buses to operate it on weekdays and Saturdays, and then 2 on Sundays. I will say that there are several different routes in the new network proposal, which you all will be seeing and we'll be talking about at FGO on Monday, I believe. But it does cover different parts of the current 16. So it's really, that route gets simplified a lot in the new network. So operating that current 16 route in addition to the planned routes would create a duplicative service in many areas. So I don't think that the right option would be to keep that route whole as is. But I do understand that from community members that there is a little bit of a gap in service there as far as coverage goes. And that is one of the things that you'll see in the equity analysis that we did ponder on whether or not the frequency, which is what we were hearing throughout the network, public engagement was more important than the actual coverage. So they would rather have more frequent service than have to walk further. So there is an option out there too for you all to consider, and that would be instead of running the current 16 on top of the current network that we have proposed for you, we could do an alternative and run that route as a roughly sketched, as 1 hour lead to Cole to Carlisle to Gibson to the BA. And I can send you what the sketch looks like and some more information on that, which would probably make a little bit more sense than me talking through it.
That's a good idea.
But that would cost only about $1 million. Actually, I think he had sent me the updated, it's more like $800,000 to add that addition to it so that we don't have that duplicative service as well. But yes, I can forward that to you so that you can see what it looks like on the map.
Thank you. Okay, provide full funding information for the microtransit program, Sun Van program, and senior affairs transportation program, including service areas, personnel required, equipment, and software.
Madam Chair, could you repeat that question? Because those are 3, well, actually, there's 2 different services there that you mentioned, microtransit, and then our Sun Van services. And then you also spoke about senior service.
Yes.
Which right now, currently, I can answer that one really quick, because right now, transit does not currently have any kind of specific senior transportation service programming.
Okay. Can we ask that, we'll send that question to you and you can get that information to us in the next few days? We'll go ahead and send that. I'll have staff send that question to you so you can answer, we can figure it out.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. What is the initial pay rate for drivers? And what did the comp study reveal about pay for transit drivers in other cities?
Madam Chair, I don't have that information in front of me as far as the comp study goes. I mean, I can answer the question as far as what we had turned in off of our questions and the comps that we've found out there, but I don't have the class and comp study in front of me.
Okay, we'll follow up with that as well. Thank you. And what specific measures are transit and the admin taking in order to improve retention? For instance, drivers report challenges with taking on split shifts. What is the department doing in order to reduce the impact of split shifts and other related measures to retain drivers?
Madam Chair, that's a great question. Retention is our biggest focus this year, and we've been making a lot of changes within the department to really provide the support to the drivers that we are bringing on right now. I just want to start by saying we made some really good strides at the beginning of about this time last year in hiring, and we were doing really good through the summer, and then this fall we got hit a little bit with loss in drivers, and throughout that time we had some turmoil going on in our leadership within the operations team. So we've done some changes there that I've been extremely positive. And I will say I'm really pleased that we're starting to see the driver hiring pick back up again. So we had 9 MCOs that were hired in April and have started their training process. Some of those were actually MCOs that had worked for us before and have heard about the changes and wanted to come back. We've also gotten several of our MCOs that are now referring their family members. So we've got a couple of MCOs that now have their sons working for us, which is really exciting. I think that's a good indicator of, you don't really recommend coming to work somewhere to your family if you don't think that it's a great place to work.
Very good.
And then now in May, the last new employee onboarding, we had 10 MCOs. So that brought our total up to 19 since April 5th. And we've got slated right now another 8 to come in on the next NEO. So really positive about that. As far as the split shifts go, last year we did increase the pay in between those splits. So instead of just, a couple cents, which was really not a whole lot for each hour that they were working in the middle of those shifts, now we're paying $10 an hour for those. So we've got some really positive feedback about that, as well as, one of the issues that transit is faced with, and it's not something that we'll be able to get away from. I mean, we do work into the evenings, we work on weekends. We did start a differential pay in the evenings as well to help give a little bit more incentive for that too. We've done a lot of really cool things, I think, within the department. This last year, we started our own bus rodeo. It was the first one in 2 decades where we got to have some really great competition, and we ended up sending our top 5 MCO drivers and top 2 Sunvan chauffeur drivers to the New Mexico Transportation Association's bus rodeo in Rio Rancho. And we actually took 3rd with the MCOs, so that was really cool too.
Good.
But just like a lot of, appreciation events, barbecues and those kinds of things, potlucks that really are just helping to create that positive environment and help to change the culture.
That all sounds wonderful. Thank you for doing that. Councilor Sanchez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, thank you for showing up. Appreciate all the good things you're doing for the employees over there. Next time we have a potluck, let us know. I'm not sure if you did or didn't, but I'd be happy to join you on one of those potlucks. Also, I noticed one of the good things that I heard you say is you're actually adding differential pay for the later routes and also for the split shift individuals, which I think is good as well. What is the top motor coach operator pay right now?
Let's see, Madam Chair and Councilor Sanchez, the top operator pay right now is $23.20.
$23.20?
Yes.
And what is their starting pay?
Madam Chair and Councilor Sanchez, their probationary pay is $18.82, and then after their probation up to the first 2 years is $20.89.
Thank you. I just wasn't sure what it was. Just wanted to make sure that it was on the record so we could see so we can all take a look at that. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Councilor Lewis?
Madam Chair, thank you. And yeah, Director, you mentioned some great things regarding retention. I like the transportation rodeo and some of those things that, it really shows the department's trying to really put some work into retention and helping support and really supporting those drivers, which I think is great. I would love to look at a comparison and just see how competitive we are with other cities. So I think that's really good data information. And again, I think, is one of your, I know you're proposing and adding more routes and things like that, more frequencies. What's the biggest challenges to that? Is it drivers? Is it money? I mean, because obviously one of the big goals is to get our ridership back up, and I know that's climbing some, but to be able to provide the routes and the frequencies that they need.
Yeah, Madam Chair and Councilor Lewis, thank you for that question. It is a staffing shortage. That is the biggest issue that we have currently, and it's both for drivers and for mechanics. So we're also seeing our top-level mechanics or mechanic threes, those positions have been much harder for us to fill here over the last couple of years. We've made some changes this last year in bringing on a new position, which is a mechanic helper, to try and create that pipeline of lower-level experience that can come in and start working and promote up. And we've had some success with that. We have a few of those positions filled right now, and some of those have been able to move up then into our mechanic 2 position. And also we've had vehicle servicers move into the mechanic helpers position. So we're trying to, really kind of maneuver with understanding that the experience isn't there, but trying to bring in a lower level position that then we can really get a hold of, and working with, other entities such as CNM, Workforce Solutions, Intellitex, another mechanic automotive school that we've been reaching out to, and really just trying to get people to come over. We've had some hiring events that have been geared directly towards that. So our mechanic vacancy rate is around 45% right now. So we've done some things this year, because during the summer when we had drivers, we didn't have mechanics, as you all know, and we've been able to hire a few into those roles now. We've got 4 in training that we're working through that, but we were also able to bring on a maintenance tech that was able to help us catch up with some PMs and get ourselves back on our feet too. But that is really the biggest driver behind it, is just the staffing shortage. I think we've got the right position count right now for our network that we are proposing to you all. And of course, that network, as we talked about, it's going to have to come back with those staffing as the staffing levels come back. So the proposal would be that it would happen over the next few years.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a lot of it's dependent upon drivers and mechanics and the support. Do you feel like the budget reflects, I mean, you all being pretty aggressive and really making some huge strides this next year and being able to improve on that? I mean, does the budget support that?
Madam Chair and Councilor Lewis, yeah, I appreciate that question. It definitely does support that. I think we'll have the ability to bring on the drivers for the positions that we have. I have about 100 vacancies on the MCO side. We're actually doing really good on the Sunvan driver side, so only 22% vacancy rate there. We're down to just 19 vacancies. But I do think that as we bring those on, we'll be able to dial back some of the other things that we're using to help fill that hole right now.
Right. So, I mean, I think, again, I think we have an opportunity, with this budget and, to be able to give a real good shot in the arm, to some of those challenges. And, you look at our transit department and we say, hey, there's some challenges here. And if it has to do with, more money, a budget, I mean, you got opportunities here, and it's a matter of, making the case, creating the vision, saying, here's how we're going to get there. And then it's convincing, your boss, the mayor, and his administration that, rather than spending it on, doubling his staff and everything else, it's important to put it into motor coach drivers. And, rather than just spending every bit of a 2.1 increase, the entire budget, $30 million, let's put some, several $1 million into a significant increase to driver pay so that you guys can have what you need to be able to, to be able to improve those routes and frequencies and, improve the system altogether. I imagine that, and I just got to mention this because this kind of, it relates to retention. So the report about the driver getting beat up this last week, and that's got to be tough. And for all of us, you look at that, and you got people that work for the city of Albuquerque, provide a service, and this guy got beat up pretty good, both broken bones. Someone who looked like he was kind of a repeat troublemaker on the bus, and it doesn't look like we've caught the guy. And I understand that the report says that the police, as far as the police department is concerned, it's inactive, and so they're no longer pursuing him. I don't know what that means. So I just mentioned that. I mean, that's got to be pretty tough. I mean, that's got to be a challenge when we're trying to recruit new drivers, or in any occupation where you go, I don't want to get my butt kicked, when I'm just trying to do my job, get sent to the hospital with broken bones. And, I mean, is this a kind of a one-off incident, or do you kind of see some of those challenges and problems and as you're looking to hire new MCOs?
Madam Chair and Councilor Lewis, yes, that was an extremely unfortunate incident. Obviously, don't want to see that happen to any of our operators or anybody, within the city of Albuquerque. One thing that I will say is, and you've heard me talk a lot about safety and security, and it is, that's the number one focus. Driver recruitment is close second there to it, but of course, keeping and making sure that our staff is safe and secure, that's what we spend a lot of our time, and that's where you've seen a lot of these campaigns that have been coming out of transit here over the last year. I do want to say I do think it is a one-off. I think we've done a lot of things to help protect our drivers from the barriers. There's barriers on every single bus that we have. And I think we see it in the numbers too. I was just looking at a report from our risk department for our workman's comp claims that are associated with our transit worker assaults. And though when you look at 2022 and 2017, those were our two worst years over the last 10 years as far as payouts for workman's comp claims for transit worker assaults. What that tells me is that those were pretty severe incidents. And from what I'm seeing right now, we had an 85% decrease from 22 to 24 in workman's comp claims, 50% decrease in the number of those claims from that same time period. And we've had a 43% decrease in worker assaults since 22, so 30 down to 17. So although over the last 2 years we have seen 17 transit worker assaults, the severity of them has been much less, and I think part of it has to do with those barriers. A lot of it has to do with the de-escalation that we have in place and the training that we have, as well as the work that we've been doing with both our metro security teams as well as APD TSOs. You did mention that the individual wasn't caught. I haven't, heard if that has changed or not, but I can assure you that we do have pictures up of that individual that all our drivers have. And we are right on top of it anytime we're having any kind of fight, whether it involves a driver or not. We're pulling that video, we're getting the pictures to our drivers and to our security teams so that they're at least aware and that if they see somebody, they can call them. Back in 2022, we had a guy that was going around punching drivers. You guys may or may not have been familiar with that. But just the other day, we had a driver that thought he was in the back of the bus, called it in, and we had APD TSOs and Metro Security were out there at the ATC. They asked the individual to get off and had that conversation. Turns out it wasn't the guy, but I think that's again to the point of what we're trying to do with our department and making sure that people know our drivers can call in, whether it's legit or not. We're going to make sure that somebody goes out there and has their back and they're feeling supported.
Thanks. Madam Chair, on that, so from what I understand, I mean, this guy, we got video of him. Apparently we know who he is. But as I understand it right now, the police report says that it's inactive. And that's got to be of great concern. I mean, not only to you, to anybody. So I know that the police department is probably not represented here tonight, but maybe you all, I'd like to just officially, if you guys, I could call the chief myself and ask him, but I think that this would be something that publicly, I hope that the chief would address and the department would address to say, we're going to catch this guy, we're going to put him in jail, he's going to be charged with assault. We just won't stand for any of this on our transit, and that's the way we support our motor coach operators. This guy's going to jail, he's going to pay for it. Anybody else that does this, they're going to pay for it big time. And we're there, we're watching, we're protecting these guys, and I would hope we have that some kind of response. Mr. Soff, if you make sure that the chief would at least communicate that to the chief, I appreciate it.
If I could, Madam Chair and Councilor Lewis, and I know you said it says inactive, but I can tell you we have a couple points of contact, a commander and a deputy commander that we work with specifically within APD. And so, when this incident happened, I was on the phone, we were on the phone with that individual immediately, and they're running the traps for us within APD. So, and they're really running the lead on, the pictures from the video that we have and making sure that it gets out there. And they are our voice to APD to make sure that we are continuing to look for that individual.
Okay, good. Appreciate that. Well, one last thing, Madam Chair, is There was a time, I've been on this council for a lot of years, and there was times when, we do budget meetings like this, and the mayor might have been proposing, or you all might be proposing, maybe, funding the department more, we need more funding, and then the council was kind of in a position where we were going, we just don't have it, we don't have everything that we can do. And so a lot of times the public was here and the chambers were full. I mean, it's not like this, usually, right? During the budget hearings like this, and chambers that are full. I mean, begging this council to please approve more funding for motor coach drivers, more funding for the police department, more funding for libraries. I mean, and knowing that we were the ones to make that decision to do that, to give them more, to allocate more, to adjust the budget more to where we could do that. Right now, it's not like that because we have, the administration that proposed a budget, and you got a council that's going, okay, well, how much more do you want? We're willing to support it. We're willing to do it. But I mean, the problem is the mayor's already spent it. He's already budgeted other things, so we have to make some real tough decisions to do that. But we're also in a position where our directors and our city's not really asking for anything more either. And so it's kind of a unique position to be in. It's a little bit odd, But actually, it's been like this for a couple of years, and it's a city that has an excess of taxpayer dollars and a whole lot of money to spend, and proposals that come that say, hey, we got all this money to spend. And so it's just unique and different. All that to say is that I guess it's probably a good time to come with a big vision for all of our directors and everybody, and to really go, hey, this is what we're going to need to really grow, to be able to solve these problems, to be able to do these things. And if it is a money issue, well, I think you got a pretty big open council to help make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Lewis. I have a couple more follow-up questions. We actually have a list of transit drivers for different cities, and our pay is a a lot less than others, Colorado, El Paso. But this list is also from January 2024. Could you get us something that's more recent? That would be great. I would appreciate that. And then to follow up with a few more questions, how are transit and the police department prioritizing protecting drivers, such as providing the plexiglass shields in buses? And what will be the cost needed in fiscal year 26 to fully equip the buses with this need? This is important.
Madam Chair, are you referencing the barriers?
The plexiglass shields?
Yes, they are in all the buses already.
They are in all the buses now? Okay. That's wonderful news. They're all in the buses. Okay. That's great news. Just a few more. What kind of clawbacks are in place to receive federal funding back from all the infrastructure investment in the ART stations along Central?
Madam Chair, we do have some CMAQ funds from 2019 that we are currently working on getting executed with FTA.
Okay. Thank you. Are there opportunities for leaving all the ART infrastructure stations in place, but changing the traffic flows to allow for left-hand turns?
Madam Chair, so what you're asking me is, I guess I'm a little confused, because we do allow left-hand turns right now. Right? For regular traffic, is that what you're asking?
Follow-up question. Okay. Councilor Sanchez?
Thank you. Basically, we've got Route 66 anniversary coming up in a year. So based on that, all of Central Avenue through Albuquerque is a really, really hard situation. We've got a lot of crime. We've got a lot of homelessness. We've got trafficking, human trafficking, drug trafficking. We have the bus system that's actually moving people back and forth across the city and actually spreading people out that are involved in this kind of activity throughout the city. So based on that, what the question was is something I brought up in our budget hearing, is what the clawbacks would be in order to basically get rid of the infrastructure in the center of Central, so that we can provide for opening Central up as a business corridor again. Right now, people can't make a left-hand turn. There's only certain designated areas to make the left-hand turn, but there's many, many streets, hundreds of streets that are blocked off to a left-hand turn. So the question was, if you can open up the gaps in that barrier to make left-hand turns, how does it affect the funding, the clawbacks, those kinds of things in reference to art? I just want to make Central Corridor a business-friendly environment compared to what it is right now.
Madam Chair, Councilor Sanchez, I don't know what the answer to that would be. I'd have to, because one, I mean, it's going to take a team looking at that and seeing what we would have to do and then what the costs associated with it would be, not to mention what we might potentially have to pay back for the work that we've already done.
Madam Chair, the other question, a follow-up question would be, is how many dollars are we losing because of the corridor being so negative towards business right now? So we need to evaluate that situation too, because if right now we are having a situation where it's a lot of money for clawbacks, we need to also have a situation where how much money are we actually losing as a city to develop more businesses in the area, open up the corridor so that people can have left-hand turns. I have a business on Central, and everybody that comes to my business has to go 2 blocks east or 2 blocks west in order to make a turn to come back to my business. That's very, very unfriendly to anybody that has a business on Central. It's much easier to actually just drive by or go to another business outside of the Central Corridor that doesn't have that issue. So the question is twofold. How much is the clawbacks and how much are we losing because we are so unfriendly to business on Central? And we need to change that within the next year based on the fact that we have a big celebration, a Route 66 celebration that all of us want to be involved in. Every single person in this city wants to deal with. And right now we have 5 councilors that are sitting on the dais right now that are directly affected in their council districts by Central running right through their districts and that unfriendly environment. So I'm not only saying this to you, I'm saying it to the mayor, to the CAO, everybody that's in this chambers right now, how we fix that, how we make it more user-friendly.
Thank you, Councillor. I have one final question. During our council briefings for the social departments, it was discovered that Senior Affairs Transportation Program is also transit funding. Transit is funding to it. How much funding is budgeted for Senior Affairs Transportation Program from the Transit's budget?
Madam Chair, we don't fund any senior affairs out of Transit's budget. What I did watch Director Sanchez last week, and I know she was talking a little bit about the software. They used to piggyback off our software, which was Trapeze. They went out since and they're working with another software at the moment. So no funding, but we're also doing the same thing, and we're in the process right now of securing a PO for a different paratransit software.
Okay, thank you. And then I have just 2 other little questions. When will the shelters, you had mentioned that the shelters were going to be placed back on Central, getting ready for next year and so forth. What is the plan to get that done?
Madam Chair, so we just received our first 2 shelters. Our plans are, we're waiting on DMD to approve the footings, is my understanding, but we are hopeful to get them out by June, and those 2 are going to go at the IDL and then at the Talon Market. And on top of that, we had talked about we'll have some screens with real-time arrivals, and I just want to, if you haven't seen, there's one up right now at First and Central, and it's really cool. So you can press the button and it'll actually talk to you too, but it'll show the next bus arriving and the next 2, and if we're having any kind of delays, we can post that on there as well. So it's been up for quite a while, and it seems to be surviving pretty well, so we're really excited about that. We will be doing it in 2 phases just because we're waiting for the execution of some of that CMAQ funding that we had just talked about. But our plans is to have all 55 of them installed by the summer of next year, right? Yeah, 26.
Okay, can you let me know the plan to get them into my district? I'd appreciate that. And then how about those new signs? I think the new signs that you have replaced throughout the city on a few streets, I think they're great because they're visible from far away. You can't even read the signs anywhere else. What's the plan for the other streets?
Madam Chair, thank you for that question. We are working on, and I think we're about ready to issue a PO if we haven't already. Okay, so we did complete the RFQ. It's 700 more signs that will be coming out. We're really focused on the routes that aren't going to be much of a change with the network that we've got out there. So you'll be seeing them on Wantabo, Eubank, Montgomery, Carlisle, Lomas, Broadway, Gibson, and the airport, Isleta, and then the Bridge Westgate routes. So those will probably be going out, I would say, fall timeframe, just because that's such a hefty order for the sign company that is making those, and then we'll be putting those up in-house with our teams.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Councilors, any other questions? Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question about some of your federal grants that were on our list. I see one for $2.5 million specifically for Route 66 bus shelters, updates and improvements. Is that funding we already have in-house? And is that what you're using for the bus shelter improvements on Route 66?
Madam Chair and Councilor Rogers, yes, that's correct.
Okay, and that's all in, we already have that in hand. There's like, I'm wondering if that's there's a potential of it going away.
Madam Grout and Councilor Rogers, we don't have any indication that there's a potential for it to go away. We're just waiting on it to be executed.
Wonderful. I see a lot of grants on here for transit, some totaling 25 million, 30 million, so 10 million for another one, for all from FTA. So those seem to be still safe.
Yeah. Madam Chair and Councilor Rogers, yes. And again, I want to note those are all capital, so that's not operating funds. In fact, we're too large of an agency to be able to use any federal grants for operations. But yes, we were actually on a call today with FTA, and it sounded like everything is moving along right now pretty well.
Thank you. That's really good news because I was looking at the amounts and I was like, oh, even for capital, that's your buses, that's all of the things, shelters, that kind of stuff. I'm excited to see the recovery network plan that we have coming. Of course, I've talked to you a lot about bus 16 and 97 in my district. So I'm interested to see, haven't read it yet, but really interested in that one. And then I just have to say thank you. You said the word RFQ. Thank you for doing RFQs. It speeds up the process. You can hire off of an RFQ. You get everybody qualified that could do that work. It just really helps us be nimble. So directors out there, go to Director Keener if you too would like to do some RFQs. Thank you.
Councilor Champagne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of questions, Director. It says here that you guys have 5 electric buses, and then there's funding waiting for several more, I guess. Is that correct?
Madam Chair and Councilor Champagne, yes, in 2023, we did get a $18.2 million FTA award, discretionary award for the low, no emissions. We are waiting on execution of that grant as well.
Okay. Madam Chair, of the 5, is it correct, 5 electric buses?
Madam Chair and Councilor Champagne, that's correct.
How long do these buses last? I mean, how many routes can they go before they have to recharge, or how many hours? Or?
Madam Chair and Councilor Champagne, their typical range is between 120 to 180 miles, depending on the seasonality.
That's quite a lot. Okay. All right. Madam Chair, just a question, and only because I really am attached to this one, the advertisement that we passed, it says that you're working on it. How's that going?
Madam Chair and Councilor Champagne, so the contract expires with Lamar on June 30th of this year. We have an RFP that's being reviewed right now, but that contract will get extended for the next 6 months until we can review all those proposals. So we'll be talking some more about it here in the next few months.
Okay. And Madam Chair, so is it working out pretty well? I mean, as far as the logistics of being able to put it in those specific spots and keep the windows open and such?
Madam Chair and Councilor Champagne, we don't have any issues with those locations.
And one last question, just, I know you guys are always budget-wise constrained a lot. You guys don't make a lot of money. We're always having to give to this, and so you're subject to a lot of pull and push from everywhere else to get money from you guys. But just out of curiosity, out of all the things you have planned this upcoming year with the budget you have, what is the one thing you're most excited about accomplishing?
Madam Chair and Councilor Champagne, God, there's so much to be excited about. I think we've been doing some really cool things here with transit, but I am really excited about, and again, this is not operating money, it's the capital program across Central and getting all the new shelters out there. I think they're going to be really great. I'm really excited about the new trash cans that'll come with them too. I think that'll help with a lot of the problems that we have, as well as lighting, and really just trying to focus on lighting, not just on Central, but we're working on trying to do some updates to lighting in the shelters across the city as well. So I think that will have a really positive impact even on the safety of people that are having to wait.
Madam Chair and Director, thank you. That it sounds like you have some direction and goal that you're projecting out there to hopefully accomplish. So wish you the best of luck. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have the Inspector General, Ms. Melissa Stansivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Office of Inspector General Melissa Santisteban is the Inspector General. FY26 proposed general fund budget of $899,000 for general fund positions. The highlight for Inspector General is the proposed budget includes non-recurring funding of $110,000 for continued support of investigation services, supplies, and operating costs. And Inspector General Santisteban is here to answer your questions.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Counselors, do you have any questions for Ms. Melissa? Because I can't say your last name.
It's like Santa Claus, but Santa Stephen or Santa
Stephen.
There you go.
Thank you for being here. We appreciate what you do. I know you do have one. Okay. Counselor Rogers.
Thank you. Just one question, because I love looking at metrics and goals. And one of your metrics is IG is seen as a trusted resource. The number of cases received by OIJ and entered into the case management tracking system. So it says mid-year you've already received FY25 305, which is up from last year, which was 225. But yet the goal for next year is just still the same at 145. I mean, I know we don't want a goal to have more complaints. That's not what I'm suggesting. But any indication of the major increase? Just interested in the increase.
Yes. Excuse me, Counselor Rogers. The increase had to do with an issue an increase in parking complaints that were coming through to us. There was an issue where the system was changed through DTI, and those complaints did not come through. So we received 102 complaints in October that were backlogged. Once we discovered that they were backlogged in the system and we were not receiving them, we reached out to DTI. We were able to get those complaints released to us, and so that accounted for a lot of those. There were 102 specifically related to parking, though. And those parking complaints that we were receiving are based on a review of information that is being collected through, I believe, the IPRA system, and then complaints are being made on those over to our office. They make it very difficult for us to investigate those because they're oftentimes taking photographs and attaching those and sending them to our office. We can't just merely look at that photograph and decide that there is any kind of a violation, so we will refer that over to the parking division. They've actually already looked at that complaint. They've gone out there. The reason that we can't determine whether or not there is a violation based off of a photo. Angles matter when you take a photo. And so we just will pass those on to the department.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was so interested because it's not, that was a major increase. I figured something had to have happened. Thank you so much. That was really interesting.
You're welcome. Thank you. I do want to point out one thing, if I may, Madam Chair and counselors. I have my team here. We have 3 of the 4 of us that are here, and I would like to applaud them because without them, we wouldn't be able to do the work that we do. 305 complaints were where we were at mid-year. We are currently sitting at 417 in, 454 closed today.
Wow. You guys are small but mighty. Good job.
Thank you.
Small but mighty is good. Like really good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to internal audit. Ms. Marissa Vargas, interim city auditor.
Thank you,
You've
Madam
been
Chair.
interim auditor for a while.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have the Office of Internal Audit with Marissa Vargas, the interim city auditor. Their FY26 proposed general fund budget is $1,081,000 with 8 general fund positions. The proposed budget includes non-recurring funding of $10,000 for continued support of outside legal and technical review services, $7,000 for OIA peer review, and $6,000 for technical review services and licensing. And Ms. Vargas is here for questions.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for being here. You're a small but mighty group too.
Yes, we're a small office, yes.
Yes. Counselors, any questions for Ms. Marissa? Nope. I don't have any questions for you either. Thank you for what you do. I know it's important work.
I appreciate it.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Okay, we're going to move on to General Services Director Nathan Martinez. And he's brought some people with him as well.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you said, General Services Director Nathan Martinez, FY26 proposed general fund budget of $22.9 million, 183 general fund positions. Other funds include $18.7 million and 40 positions. General fund highlights include reduction of $631,000 for the transfer of the Sustainability Division to the Environmental Health Department, including personnel and operating costs. $56,000 recurring operational funding for the 501 to Harris Lease and janitorial services. And finally, $93,000 reallocation from the Arts and Culture Department for rail yards operations. And Director Martinez is here to answer your questions.
Hi, Director. Thank you for being here this evening.
Chair?
Counselors, do you have any questions for this Director? Okay, I have just a few. Thank you for being here this evening. Why did the sports stadium lease revenue drop to $184,316 when the flat rate is $700,000?
Committee Chair Grout. That was purely a mathematical error on General Services part. The real number is actually $857,972.
Sir, can you say that a little louder?
Sure. Committee Chair Grout. That was actually a mathematical error on the General Services Department part. The actual number is $857,972, which is an increase.
Well, that's good.
Yes.
That's a big deal.
Indeed it is.
Good. Thank you. When does the stadium lease expire?
So based on the lease agreement in General Services possession, the lease agreement expires 25 years from 2003, which is 2028.
Okay. Alrighty. What is the plan to start replacing the heating and cooling systems for buildings in any of the, we have a list of all of the buildings where the heating and cooling system is at the end of its life, useful life. And so what is the plan to start replacing those?
Committee Chair, great question. Currently, the General Services Department Facilities Division is using a strategic approach to replacing heating and cooling systems. This includes a variety of inputs to make those decisions. Some of the inputs include age of equipment, end of life cycle, frequency of use, constituent-based facilities, and program support facilities, to prevent failures. Planned replacements include Pinot G rooftop HVAC equipment replacement, Pinot H boiler, City Hall boiler, isotopes heat pumps in the administrative areas. And the General Services Department plans to exhaust current capital funds over the next 12 months for the design and construction of a variety of HVAC systems contingent on the inputs.
Okay.
So based on those inputs, we're going to target our resources towards those.
Okay, so our goal is to get all of those that you just listed, at least in this next year?
That is our goal, yes.
Okay.
I could say with a high level of certainty that that's our goal.
I think that's a good goal.
Thank you.
Yeah. How is it determined which departments are responsible for cleaning specific buildings?
Okay, so committee chair, each department's responsible for their own custodial services with exception of a few facilities. City Hall North, City Hall South, APD Main, Law Enforcement Center, and Plaza del Sol, to which General Services funds the custodial services for those facilities.
Okay, thank you. How much is GSD spending annually on pest control, including vendors and services?
So currently at this point, General Services has spent 4,700, is that, yes. Is that 4,700? 4,700, $25 for pest control. Up to date from since the last fiscal year, or since the beginning of this fiscal year.
Okay. And then I have one final question. Let me find it here. Okay. So on page 118 of the budget that you guys sent to us, this department by the numbers, number of properties owned by the city. Target for fiscal year 25, 2,235, and mid-year, it says fiscal year 25, it says 2,900. Please explain. That's an increase in 600 properties.
Okay, so I'm sorry.
Well,
would you run that by me one more
I just
time?
need to understand it. It says department by the numbers, General Services. Number of properties owned by the city. In fiscal year 23, we had 2,235, the same in 24, same in 25, mid-year 2025, or mid-year 25, it says 2,900, and then target for fiscal year 26, 2,900. So that is an increase of more than 600 properties. We sure did buy a lot. So what does that mean?
Committee chair, yes, I could see the information here on the report. I would have to get back to you as to how that number was created.
Okay.
But yeah, and I need to verify and fact check. General Services only manages and a small portion of our overall portfolio. So if I can have some time to fact check those, and then we can get back to you.
Yes, sir. That would be great.
Sure.
I would like that. Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is it possible, I've been asking for a list of city-owned properties. I would imagine to get a number, we have a list. Could you also include the entire list of city-owned properties, lots, any of, because I would imagine that all rolls up into that number.
Committee Chair, Councilor Rogers, yes, we'll pull up whatever data we have and share with you.
Thank you so much. One other question, I looked at, we asked about the number of facilities, city facilities that have security personnel assigned to them, and they said there was 13 facilities. One of them was there was a glaring missing one, Gateway, the Gibson Health Cup, we're calling it Gateway East now. Gateway East is not listed here, and I know in the budget we looked at how much money we're spending in security there. Why is Metro Security not securing the Gateway East? Whoever would love to.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, I believe since we started operating a facility, we have been using outside contract security.
Thank you. My question is why?
Council Chair, Councilor Rogers, we can talk with HHH. We can get you a more specific answer, but my understanding from the beginning is the requirement for, basically Metro just doesn't have the staffing to do that building. That building takes a fair amount of staff, and we just don't have the resources to allocate to it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the reason I asked that specifically is I'm just getting a lot of complaints about the security at Gateway East, particularly not being friendly to people coming to get services there, profiling people who are getting services there. I had a run-in with some security and a guest I took there that was not good. And I just wonder if our own team could do a little bit better, because that's supposed to be the gateway for people to come get help. If people can't get past the security desk to get the help, it just worries me. The other question I have is on the consumption for our utilities, cities' utilities consumption. During the sustainability, they talked a lot about savings for energy and electricity usage, but it's zeroed out here as far as what we're actually saving. So I don't expect an answer here, but just calling out, like, would be nice to see what the reflection is in our energy savings, because we talked a lot about it with sustainability, but they're all zeroed out here. So I'm just interested in how we can get that information here. Same with water. I mean, we have total savings, total spend, but not the savings. So I'm just interested in what that looks like. I had the brain presentation, and it was really cool how you can see all that down to a pinpointed number. So I know we have it, just want to get it reflected in here so we know year over year what we're saving. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very
Director.
much.
Okay, now we are on to Human Resources and Director Ian Stoker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we have Human Resources with Ian Stoker as the director. The FY26 proposed general fund budget is $5,845,000 with 26 general fund positions. Risk Management Fund is $2,581,000 with 8 positions. Group Self-Insurance Fund is $101,735,000 with no positions. The Employee Insurance Fund is $8,052,000 with 13 positions. The general fund budget has $83,000 in non-recurring funding that is carried forward to promote employment opportunities with the city, bilingual testing, and the labor negotiations contract. The Group Self-Insurance Fund has an appropriation for medical claims that increased by $2 million. And Director Stoker is here for questions.
Good evening, Director. Thank you for being here.
Good evening, Madam Chairman. Thank you for having me. I have with me tonight my fiscal manager, Tanya Gallegos, and our Deputy Director of Total Rewards, Todd McDowell.
Hi there. Thank you for being here as well. Councilors, any questions? Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple questions. How many staff processing hires do we have at the city?
Madam Chairman, Councilor Rogers. So within my department, we have 3 people that work on processing hires. However, each of our other departments has at least 1 assigned coordinator, and in many cases more, to total about 60 that do the bulk of the hire processing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in other words, our hiring is decentralized.
Madam Chairman, Councilor Rogers, our entire model is decentralized.
Thank you. So based on SHRM, which is Society for Human Resource Management, we should have 1.4 to 1.5 per 100 employees. So given that we have 6,000 employees, do you think we have enough to speed up our hiring process, or what do you, I'm just interested in, what do you think could speed up our hiring process?
Madam Chairman, Councilor Rogers, I feel like we have an adequate number of people to maintain an acceptable level of hiring. We typically average about 75 days for a classified position. We're always on the lookout for ways that we can revise our rules and processes to accelerate that, because it does ebb and flow. Some months are faster, some are slower. So I think it's not a people issue. There's process refinement that we can do.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's not a people issue, it's a process issue. So what are we doing to fix the process?
Madam Chairman, Councilor Rogers, we're currently looking at possible revisions to, I believe it's Administrative Instruction 744, which sets out our hiring process. Some ideas that we haven't implemented yet are, instead of requiring a designated panel of interviewers, allowing departments to create a pool of interviewers that they can pull from. One of the things that slows down hiring is scheduling interviews. So if we can make that more flexible, that will take time off of it. We're also looking at requiring departments to have those interviews scheduled before they ever send an offer letter. So that there isn't, right now there's often a delay. They send an offer, someone accepts, and then they schedule things. It could be, we send the offer, and please pick the date you want to come, or those kinds of things. So there are process improvements we could make that would speed things up.
Thank you. So the 75 days, what is that based on? Like how do you track that?
Madam Chairman, Councilor Rogers, we measure that from the day the requisition is approved for advertisement until the day an offer letter is sent out.
Has HR ever done a time study to see where the bottleneck in hiring is?
Madam Chairman, Councilor Rogers, there was some study performed in, I think, 2017, 2018, which actually led to the decentralization of most of these processes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bassan.
Madam Chair, you can talk about studies, all of you. Director, thank you in advance, because Mr. Soroso had pointed out that you might be working already on brainstorming how to get some of the information requested earlier. So I'm telling you directly, too, while you're here, that I look forward to getting some information on how long the vacant positions in the 5 departments of senior planning, parks, IG, and transit have been posted, or if they haven't been posted. Please and thank you.
Director, I just have a couple questions. How long does it take to post a job?
Madam Chairman, typically it takes about 5 days. That's from the time that a department decides they want to post the job to getting the requisition approved.
That's awesome. So that second thing that you were telling her, Councilor Rogers, about the process improvement and your plan to get all those appointments done and scheduling done before, I think that's an awesome start, because taking 75 days to go through that process is so inefficient. I would like to know how many people that you offer a job to 75 days later actually accept it.
Madam Chairman, I don't have that data in front of me. I think our general follow-through rate is pretty high. 75 days is not actually uncommon for a public employer.
It's not? Okay. It just seems like a long time, and we have a hard time hiring people or, filling some positions. So that second process sounds wonderful, so I vote that. Any other questions, councilors? I appreciate you. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you. One more. Legal.
Thank you, Madam
Ms.
Chair.
Lauren Keefe.
Last department.
Yeah.
City Attorney Lauren Keefe with the Legal Department. FY26 proposed general fund budget of 7.1 million. 53 general fund positions. Highlight includes a reduction of 570,000 for the transfer of 5 positions from the policy division to other departments. And with that, City Attorney Keefe is here to answer your questions.
Hi, Ms. Keefe. I'm glad you're here. We're almost done.
Yay, thank you.
We have some questions.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm going to let Councilor Bassan start. Councilor Bassan?
Madam Chair, Ms. Keefe, hello. I have a few questions. How many, or what do field representatives do?
Councilor Bassan, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, Councilor Bassan, I do not supervise the field representatives. I do not know what they do. I would have to ask the administration to answer that question.
Madam Chair, are they out of your budget?
Apparently, they are in my budget. Again, my people have been transferred in and out of my budget. I've been a little confused. They're apparently now in my budget, being transferred back out of my budget.
That'll be a good idea then.
That's a great
Given
idea.
what we just heard, but I think Mr. Soroso looked like he might, Madam Chair, if Mr. Soroso can respond to some of that too.
bet.
Madam Chair, Council President Bassan, those representatives are of the positions that are being transferred out that Lawrence Davis just spoke of. So they're
Madam
being
Chair,
moved.
Mr. Soroso, what do they do?
So constituent services representatives are an extension of, I would say an extension of 311 and an extension of our representatives who field calls from the public. But these folks are out in the public more often. They spend less time in the office. They spend more time engaging with the public based on calls that have come into 311 or have come in to our representatives on the 11th floor to answer questions regarding stop signs, potholes, broadband. They are out in the neighborhood engaging with individuals and folks that have concerns and complaints.
Madam Chair, and Mr. Soroso, where are these positions being moved to?
Madam Chair, Councilor Bassan, they're being moved to the CAO's office.
Okay.
Because they work directly to answer those questions.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, Ms. Keefe, kind of switching gears, I think. How many non-attorneys work out of legal?
Madam Chair, Councilor Bassan, are you including legal staff? I mean, we have paralegals and legal assistants, and then I have a front desk person, I have an executive assistant.
Okay. Sorry,
I'm
Madam
not sure I
Chair.
know the number.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Madam Chair, just to make it a little bit easier too, because I think I got a little bit off base with the field, I was like, what's a field representative in legal? And so can you send us over a breakdown of non-attorneys that work out of legal, including all of that? I mean, just so that way we can know. And then I guess maybe include a notation on which ones are going to be moved out, or, because if it's going to show up that we have X number of people that are working in legal, but some of them are going to be moved out, can we get a kind of an updated forecast of what that plan is so that we can see?
Absolutely.
Okay, and then, Madam Chair, I guess all of these questions now are going to probably involve you coming back to us, and if you can send us the info, because to me, all of these non-attorneys, can you let us know which ones, do they work out of legal? Are they working in your office? Do they work, because again, this is all stemming, I guess, from my misunderstanding with field representative. So who's working out of legal and in that office? Or is your budget paying for employees of whatever kind that are actually working out of a different office in Albuquerque? Whether it's, in City Hall, or if it's, I don't know, Plaza del Sol, wherever that may be. So if it's in your budget, I'm curious, who's working under your budget, and are they all in your office? And if not, I am curious why, because I think that if they're working somewhere else, why aren't we getting them paid for through that department?
Right. Madam Chair, Councilor Brisson, again, I'm not sure why some of these positions I had understood were not in my budget, and then apparently they still are, but are being transferred out. And I'm not sure when all of that happened, and I'm not sure why.
Okay, so I guess with that, because there's some murky waters here, I think that we're gonna end up probably going back and forth a couple times then, with budget and with you and with admin and with our staff, because I think that if there's this lack of clarity, let's just clean it up is really all I'm asking for. I want to clean it up so that the person in charge of her department actually knows who's there and why she's paying for them and why we're paying for them. And then, because I'm wondering, are they your chain of command? Because I was wondering, are some of these employees reporting elsewhere? And so I guess all of this would be great if you could kind of follow up with us, and then whatever you don't know, I'm happy to kind of figure out with everybody, and we'll see what we can get the answers to. And then the last question that I have that's probably more historical is, you know, I get that they're attorneys, but there's like an attorney for DMD, there's an attorney for transit, there's an attorney for lots of different departments. And without any disrespect meant, why don't they work and be in that department and their budget rather than the city attorney's budget, who is working for the council and the mayor kind of a thing? I guess I just need some education on that aspect.
Sure, absolutely. Madam Chair and Councilor Bassan, you know, we represent every city department, and it's actually my strong preference that they all report to me. You know, attorneys in the legal department are supposed to report to the city attorney and be supervised by the city attorney. And so most of the attorneys who represent departments are on the 4th floor with me, and there's a chain of command, but we review their work and we work with them. We have some, what we call embedded attorneys. Some of them are paid for by other departments, and some of them have offices in other departments, but they still report to me, and it's important that they do.
Okay, and that makes sense then. Thank you for the explanation. Madam Chair, how often do they report to you?
So, I mean, their work is supervised by the legal department, even though they are, for example, you know, there's an HHH attorney. Her office is on the 5th floor, but she reports to a managing city attorney who supervises her work.
Okay. So aside from just us revisiting all of this with the answers and maybe some more dialogue, I think that's all my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilors, any other questions? Councilor Champagne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have one question, and it's kind of in relation to what Councilor Bassan had said. It says the Policy and Government Affairs Admin, Shauna Schultz, is paid out of the legal department. And the reasoning why is because works closely on policy and legislation in coordination with the city attorney's office. And the responsibilities for this include researching laws and programs. What laws does Gov Affairs research?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, that position actually used to be in the legal department. When I started in 2022, there was a policy division within the legal department that had attorneys who conducted research, for example, to draft ordinances, or to you know, research programs that another city might have, and whether it would be something that the city of Albuquerque should adopt. Those kind of things. And they also helped with legal issues where it was multi-departmental. And where instead of just have, you know, so if the HHH attorney can't do it alone, they would help work with, coordinate among departments. That division was moved out of the legal department in 2022 by Mr. Real and became the Office of Policy. But we kept one of the attorney positions so that the legal services that were provided by that position would continue under the legal department, but all the other positions were moved into the Office of Policy. So that included this position, which is functionally a policy analyst, something to that effect, and so they draft ordinances. And we do, you know, the legal department does work with Ms. Schultz frequently because she does do a lot of drafting of ordinances. That's true.
Okay. And Madam Chair, so I was confused then. I thought this isn't Gov Affairs that we have to email our questions to.
It's the same division, yes. Or it's the same, yes. Ms. Schultz works with Mr.
She
Anderson.
researches the questions that we have and gives us our answers, and that requires her to know law?
No, she also researches policy issues. She drafted that hotel motel ordinance, for example, the one that just passed on Monday.
And she's up on the 11th floor in the mayor's office?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What happened to our policy department? When I worked in OEI, we officed next to them, and I noticed one of the policy people was moved to HHH. So what happened to our policy department?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, again, so when the policy division was in city legal, it had quite a few positions, and it had a disparate array of positions. And when the policy division, or the Office of Policy was created, they were all moved, but some of them really didn't belong together and did belong within departments. And so some of them were moved into departments over the last few years.
Okay, so what is the policy advisor that left the legal department and now is HHH going to do?
I'm not sure what position that is.
It says policy advisor. I mean, I don't want to, I've learned my lesson of saying employee names on the dais. So for personnel issues, I don't want to do that. It's in the answers that you all submitted us. But it specifically says policy advisors moved from paid out of your department on the city's transparency page, and the answer we got from you all was that that position is now moved to HHH. It doesn't say what the role is going to be, so I just don't understand how a policy advisor, what are they going to be doing in HHH?
Well, Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, I had thought that this person was working with sustainability, but regardless, HHH, more than perhaps any other policy department in the city, needs a policy advisor. They are constantly looking at how to improve their services, including comparing other cities, which is what a policy advisor would do.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do not agree that HHH is a place for that, but maybe this person can help them get better. Is that what you're saying they're going to be doing in HHH, helping them get better? Because you know I'm all about that in HHH.
Well, yes, that's what a policy advisor would do, would be to research ways that the city can improve its programs.
Thank you. Can you get back to me on what this particular person is going to be doing in HHH?
Yes, because again, I thought she was in sustainability.
Yeah, me too. That's why I'm like, what's going on? Thank you.
Councillor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here so late. So it's been my understanding that people in the legal department are, it's somewhat of an independent department. Counselors can call and ask you for legal advice or assistance when needed. That's always been my impression. So my guess my bigger question is just, is the policy and government affairs administrator who is being paid for out of legal available for city councilors to work with as well? Or is that specifically for the 11th floor where they're located? And if so, why is that position different than all the other positions?
So, Madam Chair, Council Feeblecorn, I don't actually know the answer to that question. I do know that Ms. Schultz sometimes works with counselors. However, the idea has always been that this is the functional equivalent of a counselor's policy analyst, but for the 11th floor. So that, to research policy questions, draft ordinances, and that kind of thing.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll just point out that my policy analyst works in my office and is paid for out of council services budget. So, thank you.
Thank you. I have a few follow-ups too. So Councillor Bassan was just saying we pay for our policy analysts out of council services. And so if this policy analyst is the mayor's, then this position belongs in the mayor's department and should be paid out of that office. Have you supervised the work of any employees listed in the questions who report directly to the mayor's office?
Madam Chair, not recently.
Okay. Why is the associate CAO who works in the mayor's office and is outside legal's chain of command paid from legal's department budget?
Madam Chair, I can't answer that question. Perhaps Mr. Soriso can.
Mr. Soriso?
Chair Grout, that position, when we created that position, it was, in both cases, we have an attorney in that position now. Ms. Martinez is an attorney. Bob White, who was in that position previously, was also an attorney. Bob was, can I say supervised, or no, he was, Bob was working with legal very closely. I guess, the attorney supervises all of her attorneys, but Bob was working very closely with legal, interacted with legal a lot, was an attorney, basically taking guidance from legal. And Carla also is an attorney, but is in a different role and has different responsibilities than Bob, but that is a holdover from earlier.
Okay, thank you for that. I know, right? I have two more questions. Did you personally answer the questions that were submitted by your department?
Madam Chair, I did not. I did not know the answers, so I asked administration to answer them.
Thank you. Who is responsible for employee performance reviews within legal?
Madam Chair, our managing city attorneys handle those. I suppose I'm responsible as the director, but the managing city attorneys are responsible for the reviews of both the attorneys who report to them and the paralegals who report to them.
Okay, thank you. Right, we answered that. Any other questions? Any other questions? Okay, that's it. Thank you. Hey,
Madam Chair,
yes, Mr. Counselor Lewis.
is that everybody on the?
Yep.
So I did want to ask, is there a reason why usually we have the mayor's office that's on either last week or tonight's agenda? Is there a reason why we don't have this is our agenda, so I mean, why wouldn't we have the mayor's office on the agenda to discuss? It says to our staff first.
Mr. Motzko?
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, as this is my only second budget hearing, last year we didn't have the mayor's office on it. So I'll go back and look when we have done that and what questions we were asking them.
Okay, Madam Chair. I guess, so last year, it seems like we've always had them on there. Maybe last year we didn't. But, okay, so maybe. Well, Madam Chair, I think at least briefly, I think we should talk about, I mean, it's a big department. And, I mean, any reason why, Mr. Sursai, you would see that we wouldn't have that on our agenda? So that's us or you guys?
Mr. Sorso?
Council Chair, Councilor Lewis, I would be remiss if I didn't point out that council's budget is also not on the agenda. I just gonna point that out.
Yeah, that's a good point, but it's our meeting, so we can put it on there if we want, I guess. Well, I guess I would just, you know, maybe I guess we just decide on it and have amendments and talk about it rather than talk about it, we'll just make some decisions on it then, I guess. I mean, this is a pretty big department, and from 2017 to 2025, it's grown by 100%. Back in 2010, there was 27 people that actually reported to the mayor. Right now, it looks like there's 49. I mean, you run a bar chart to that, you know, from 27 to 25, and it's just this massive jump, you know. I mean, the spending, I think, from about $2 million to over $6 million in just a massive amount of spending. And it doesn't reflect anywhere else in our city. Doesn't reflect the percentage of increase in the police department, in, you know, HHH, doesn't reflect the parks department, doesn't reflect animal welfare or transit. Just find it interesting that in a city where every department is stagnant and having program savings, so-called program savings, where we're not filling positions, we're not funding them because we can't fill them. But this is a department that has 100% increase in a very short time. I mean, where does it stop? I mean, at what point does it stop? Do we just keep on going like this? Or we're going to grow another 100% increase? I mean, at some point, it's like, you know, here's what it takes to run this office. This is the amount of people that it's going to take to do it and do it right. I don't think you can say, I don't think the mayor's office can say, well, we're so much bigger than we were, the city's bigger than it was. That may be true somewhat, but no other department has grown in staff like that, except for the APD command staff. That's grown by 100% as well, just the command staff with APD when officers count remains stagnant in that way. So I do think as a part of this budget, we should really take a deep dive into, you know, why does the mayor's office have that such of an amazing, you know, increase in spending? And it's a lot like what happened in the city attorney's office, where, I mean, some of these positions are just embedded in these different departments. And for a while there, they were, you know, still funded, you know, still reported directly, but they started spreading the money around. Of course, we found that, saw that, moved it back. Looks like you guys moved some of them back anyways, you know, in this. And so we'll move them back again. And we'll demonstrate and show that, you know, just like the employees that are embedded in the legal department. You know, obviously when it's exposed and we show it and say, look, this isn't good accounting, I mean, these people report directly to the mayor, you know, and so we have a budget that reflects it. And so but there's a lot more to dive in here. I mean, maybe at our markup, we spend some time and just make some decisions on it.
Thank you, Councilor Lewis. I would like to, before we move on to the item on our agenda, last week we had questions that our staff sent to your office, and we have yet to receive follow-up answers. So we sent that. I know that you received that, I believe. Did you send it on Friday? It was either Friday or Monday. We're now on Thursday. Can you please get us the answers to those questions tomorrow? You've had a long time. And then the questions that we have followed up, they'll send you those questions again. They'll send them to you tomorrow, and we'll have that, you'll have over the weekend to get them, just like when we have council meetings. We have to have them to you by Friday at 5 o'clock to be answered at the council meeting. I respectfully ask that we have those answers to the questions so that we can make better decisions when we're preparing the budget. I also asked, I called and spoke with you and asked you to see if we can, if there are some things and there are some wiggle room, because we are going to make some changes to the budget, and we're trying to work with you. And so I respectfully ask that you do so, because we want to make this great for everybody, the citizens of Albuquerque mostly, but we want it to work well. So respectfully, I am asking that we get answers to the questions from a week ago tomorrow, and then the questions that we had unanswered tonight by Monday, and then we'll look forward to working with you. I know that we all want the best things for Albuquerque, and I think communication is very important. And so moving forward, we're going to move on to agenda item A, R132. R132 is appropriating funds for the operating the government of the City of Albuquerque for fiscal year 2026, beginning July 1, 2025, and ending June 30, 2026, adjusting fiscal year 2025 appropriations and appropriating capital funds. I move a deferral to May 15th.
Second.
Okay, we have a second. It has been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk.
Councilor Bassan?
Yes.
Councilor Champagne?
Yes.
Councilor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Councilor Lewis?
No.
Councilor Peña?
Yes.
Councilor Rogers?
Yes.
Councilor Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilor Grow?
Yes.
Passes on 8-1 vote.
Okay, thank you. With there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.